Day race guide. Today's focus, match sprinting. The ultimate showdown, two riders, head to head over 3 laps. Sound simple? Think again. It starts slow, sometimes even at walking pace. Riders eye each other up waiting for the perfect moment, and then it explodes into a flat out sprint. Track stands, mind games and brutal power. It's all part of the drama. No teammates, no second chances. Don't miss the match sprinting, pure racing, no hiding at the London 3-Day.
Well, welcome to the London 3. We've got sprint qualification coming up to start our evening's entertainment, and it's going to be quite busy today. Love a bit of sprint qualification because it's the flying 200, 4.5 laps. Of course, the last 200 are what actually counts. It sets us up a little bit later on as we hear the sound of Big Ben. It must be coming up to 6 o'clock, for goodness sake. So on the bongs, we will start with the women's sprint competition. First up, we're going to be meeting the riders, giving a chance for those who've come along to the velodrome tonight here at Lee Valley to get themselves sorted out and settled. That usually means something delicious, something cold and vaguely fizzy. And indeed, then settle yourselves in for a great evening of racing. It's going to be special. We start off with the sprint qualifiers. We'll be heading straight into Madison chases at the beginning of the evening. Excuse me, my lunch saying hello. We've got the men's Madison following that, so 40 and 50 laps apiece. Sprint finals, of which we're going to be qualifying for in a few moments' time. Then a Madison eliminator, which has caused some drama, I've got to say. With some of the exchanges that we have been making on a very busy track. An elimination race is very chaotic anyway, but when you offer it hand slings as well, that is something else. Saw some of that in the morning session today. It was very busy. Men's sprint finals followed by the third Derny race. Looking forward to that. 40 laps of full-on Derny, that's motorcycles, driven action. Then we'll be heading to a points race for the winner. 20 laps, 4 sprints along the way. Kieran will be back on our screens as well. It's the women's Kieran. Men's Madison following on. That's the Madison points race, just one rider per team. Right now, though, it is time indeed to start our evening proceedings, and we're going to do it with our sprints here. We have the women's sprint qualifiers first. The men will be up directly afterwards. This sets their time on the flying 200. They then later on go head-to-head in pairings, so fastest versus second fastest to find out who is actually going to get the main points. So it's head-to-head later on. In pairs, so 1 versus 2, 3 versus 4, 5 versus 6 from the qualifications. Got it? Good. So in that case, let us leave it here to Sarah Paterka to set her time for the personal bike fit team. Male equivalent, who we'll be seeing a little bit later on, is Genaway Tang. But Sarah Peterkova is from Czechia. She's a multiple national champion, a junior world team sprint, bronze in the Euros as well. She is very, very lively and on occasion produces an absolutely brilliant, geometrically very, very good, adept, indeed, flyer. Let's see. The flyer is taken from the white line she's about to cross now. There it is. So that essentially is halfway between turn 1 and turn 2. As soon as you hit that, then you start presenting yourself to the remainder of the track. Now, she's had a very good build-up here, coming to the bell. Here is your pickup. Clock starts rolling on her. As soon as she crosses that white 200 line, there it is, and it rolls straight through. Keeps a nice low profile, very solid. We'll see what sort of pace she is generating. The bike looks solid underneath her. However, big question is it quick enough? Let's see at our benchmark time, 11:77.75 is what we have for our first run here. 61.146 kilometers per hour. And indeed, we'll be very quickly into our next athlete, already warming up on the track, giving a wave to the crowds here. And this will be Alessia Catriona Frosta. Germany, of course, 8 times European champion, junior world sprint, and Kieran champion as well. 24 years of age now, just waving to the crowd, saying hello, which is lovely. We have a very busy velodrome tonight. In fact, most of the crowd have decided to go and get themselves what I like to call refreshed, which is very good. Several outlets here for you to enjoy if you fancy coming along tomorrow. If you're watching this on our YouTube livecast, then you are very, very welcome. My name's Carlton Kirby. A little bit later on, we hope to be joined by Sir Bradley Wiggins. His son, of course, Ben, is racing here. we have Michel Vartan as well, great 6-day Superman, responsible for the Dernyman, so he'll be along to indeed make a nuisance of himself in a very good way. We love our Michelle. And Nia Evans as well, world champ, will be here to impart her knowledge, as well as perhaps, I don't know if it's going to happen, but the great Tony Gibb, we shall wait and see. The man who, of course, brought us this 3-day and has done. He is the founder of, indeed, the race itself, or the race series, I should say, which is great news for us. Best and most, the only, in fact, international track cycling event in the UK this year. And here we go. Starting to spear through. Let's have a look how she introduced herself. This is good. Nice geometry, and in fact not bad either at the 200 marker. Let's see. This is going to be quick, possibly quickest so far. Let's wait and see. There's the halfway mark at the 100. What's she going to stop the clock at? 11:28.9. Fastest so far. Looked fastest. I think we might just bust 11 seconds here, though, this evening. We had a couple of 10s earlier on amongst the women sprinters. But that's a good benchmark there by the young German, 8 times a European champion. Next up, already circulating on the track, waiting to introduce herself to the crowd here, is Iona Muir. Silver from the Worlds, the team sprint. Doing a phenomenal job, along with Emma Finucane and, of course, Paris Smith. So, yeah, let us wait and see how she delivers. Now, it's the lead-up. Haven't seen fully dialed-in attacking lead-up just yet. And I feel like we may well see it this time by. The way you set yourself up, so before you actually take the bell, you really need to get some proper pace going. Now, she's just analysing the top of the course near the rail. Really, you need to be within, I would say, a metre of the Perspex barriers with the rail on top. She gets there at this point because this is where she's basically practicing the setup, because she's not going to be up there when she's actually, indeed, driving the 200. So right now, she's just shouldering the Perspex, and she's got to practice, at least visually and mentally perhaps, her drop-off. So she will drop down at this point further down the track. So right now she is just staying in the setup zone. So she's going to build up her pace now. Comes essentially to the crown of the exit. Dips down, and she's building up good pace right now. Quite sinuous. Let's see. This is where she's going to get the drive. She comes around the outside. This is nice. Let's see how she spears through the start line, which will be for later on. This is where the 200 begins, and the clock's rolling. Down the back straight she goes. Wait and see what a 100 split is. 5.615. Let us see. Reaching out for the line right now. Powering it home. Quick. Is it quick enough? A 28. Yes, it is. It's our fastest so far. 11:284. Marginal, but there, 63.807 kilometers per hour. We're probably going to be hitting 65s, I would say, but you never know when. Maybe it's now. Let us see. This is Miriam Vecchi. Now, she's been busy. 2 times under 23 European champion, of course, 16 times Italian champion, and very much part of the Italian setup, Vecchi. It's great always to see her in action, and she's here. She's been getting very lively, I must say. And let us see, indeed, how lively she is right now. Still quite cagey. A number earlier on, sort of blocked by the ponytail. Apparently, I have been told that having a ponytail just helps to dissipate the air. So there you are, it has an aero effect. I think it might just be style, you know. Army style. We have actually got a soldier functioning here as well. That is Szczylarski in the personal bike fit team. We'll be seeing him a little bit later on. He is a soldier and just can't help himself but say, get your hair cut whenever he sees anyone with some long hair. Of course, I've got Alex next to me as well, who has witnessed and indeed felt the disquiet of Szczylarski on a regular basis. Stand a bit closer to the mirror. When you're shaving. That's all the blade, indeed. Right, here we go. Around the outside, indeed, comes Miriam Vecchi. Now, this is fully focused, just out of the saddle right now. She hasn't split the line just yet. Does so brilliantly. Keeps it under red. Very tight line into, indeed, all of the corners here. Super solid. This might well be a quickie. Let's have a look. Oh, 11.173, fastest so far. And it looked nice on the setup, didn't it? And as a result, pecking order is indeed being established here. Next to roll through will be Sophie Capewell, who earlier on today actually looked really comfortable. Has different gearing, it seems, to just about everybody else. I need to go and count the teeth on that dinner plate of a chainring that she's pushing here. It is quite outstanding. Now, Sophie Capewell, second earlier earlier on, in fact, she did a 10.868, which was outstanding. Emma van Nuken with a 10.639 earlier, so 10.639 in her head. Sophie Capewell will be thinking, I can get there. And you know what? I think she might be right. Her problem is that Emma van Nuken might actually also be able to get there. Let us wait and see. Nice circulation, and she gets herself set and ready. And so it is that the essentially the countdown begins for her. Just sailing along rather nicely. Next time by here, she's going to be on. She's going to be starting to build up to full chat. So kind of scoping her entree lap, which will lead her up to the flying 200. I do love a flying 200, I must say. It always, I think it's a great way to start the evening, and that is indeed what we're doing right now. My name's Carlton Kirby, by the way. You can find me on X, formerly known as Twitter, or indeed Blue Sky, if you just look up Carlton Kirby. So at Carlton Kirby, CarltonKirby. And it would be good to hear your thoughts on what is a brilliant event. Right, here we go. Big, strong build-up out of down the back straight right now, proper powering in, and this looks quicker. Out the saddle again, incidentally, at the top of the curve. Let's have a look as she drops down. Now this is waiting for the entree into the 200. Here it is, bang, and the clock starts right now, and she's doing a great job down the back straight. Super aero as well, chin almost on the wheel itself. Let's have a look, see if she can break her target time. Let's see, a 10.893. Wow. A little slower than she was earlier today, but that was also a fast time. If anything, this looked more dialed in and determined. Well, the only person who can beat her is Emma van Nuken, which she did, of course, earlier on today. Emma is already warming up. Team sprint gold at the Olympic Games, twice a world champion sprinter, and of course silver in the Kirin in the world champs. And here she is, doing a great job. Whenever I see silver, I kind of like to think of it as platinum. Whenever I see bronze, I kind of like to think of it as rose gold. They're all worth having. Let's put it that way. So let's see how she attacks this one. Just adjusting herself, getting in the comfort zone while she starts to just enter predatory mode mentally. Fantastic. Just settles herself now, drifts out wide, so she starts to trace the lines she'll be taking before she begins her 200. So this is the approach lap that will lead, that she's scoping out at the moment, that will lead to indeed that flyer. Let us see. And so she dips down the back straight, heading up now. How close will she be to the barriers at this point? She's likely to be out of the saddle, so she might leave herself some literal wiggling room. Let's see, wriggle room, you might say. This is where she will drop in next time by, probably be nearer to the blue line intersection. Here's the 200 marker. Sails by that, and now it is that she's on full attack mode. Now she's staying very, very close to the rail here, which means she gives herself a bit of extra altitude for the drop in right now, and here it comes. Brilliant entree. Where is the bisection? Whoa, look at that. Absolutely nailing the crosshairs where the red line meets the white. And she's going to bring this one home, I believe. Let's have a look. This looks even faster than she set earlier on today. Oh, there it is, a 10.550. What a run that was. She's gone quicker than she did earlier today. So really extending her prowess in the flyer. So it will be she against Sophie Capewell again in their pairing to see who finishes 1 and 2 in the event. But of course it's head-to-head, and we get a little bit of, indeed, how can we describe it? Shilly-shally. Should we put it that way? I don't know. But yeah, there'll be a little bit of head-to-head going on. It's not just about pure pace, but nonetheless, Emma Finucane doing a fantastic job and showing that the legs are in the right place, which is attached to her hips and indeed to the pedals, and that's what you need. See how we go, shall we? Oh dear. Well, we're having fun. Hope you are too. Simple as that. Men are now out in action, and this is Daniele Napolitano. There we are. A mixture, of course, of chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla. So yeah, let's see how he rolls, shall we? He's replacing Stefano Moro. 22 years of age is Daniele, and he's been doing a fantastic job. Napolitano, of course, very much a cycling heritage within the family, but let's see how he does it for himself. Just 22, but he's got a nice approach here. Here he comes. Now then, really starting to drive this. Could possibly do with being seated at this point. He's still shaking the bike underneath him. Nice entree into it. Now let's see if he gets spat out up around the back straight. Hasn't dipped above red. So very solidly down. Shortest way home. This is going to be a good time for him. 10:6:18. I think he'll take that, quite frankly. So it's our benchmark for the men's sprint qualification. And just warming up is Jan Porešek of Czechia. Now, Jan Porešek is only 19 years of age, but team sprinter from the Junior Track Worlds Championships. And yeah, he can motor. He seems to carry a lot of pace, but sometimes he's a little bit peaky. But I guess when you get to the Flying 200, it means that this gives him an opportunity to possibly hit one of the peaks. So let's wait and see. Form-wise, he might well indeed trouble us just a little bit, which is good news in a good way. Can he have good news in a bad way? I'm not quite sure, but anyway, let's deal with this, shall we? Jan Porešek, making us talk about him. Was very lucky enough to go for the Czech Tour this year in that amazing country. Super hospitable, and indeed they are going head-to-head, I think, with the Arctic Race of Norway next year. But anyway, back to our friend here. Jan Porešek, he's now just tracing the lines that he will be taking next time by. Builds up the pace, because now he's going to enter his practice approach lap, and he's doing a fantastic job. They haven't rung the bell against him, because this is that approach right now. So he'll hear the bell, and that means he's got to go into attack mode. He knows all about it. Look at this, wrestling the bike just a little bit, so it's destabilized. Could have done with doing that wrestle. There it is. The clock starts. Could have done with doing that wrestle down the back straight kind of thing. But let's see what he delivers. I think he might well be nudging closer to 11, but let's have a look at it. Oh, you know what? A 10:3:85 is not bad at all. There you go. Credit to him. 10:3:85 is now our fastest so far for Porešek. And this is Denaway Tang, United States sprint specialist. Very mindful, of course, that the Los Angeles Olympics are next. Yes, I know we've only just dealt with Paris, but he's only 24, and he reckons he's going to hit absolute physical peak at 27 at exactly the right time. 4 times a national sprint champion, so why would you not like his chances of going on to great things? And I believe that he will. Let us wait and see. Are you ready? He is. Now, he has a kind of a smoother build-up. He doesn't get quite so ragged getting the power through to the bike. He's very sort of fluid, good souplesse, as they say. As he comes off the top here, he just dips himself down the back straight. So mindful, really, I guess, of where he needs to set the bike next time by when it's busy. Let's have a look. He'll be the busy man. And now he comes to that setup lap right now. Next time by, you'll hear the bell, which just announces that the Flying 200 is about to start. That's the line that, indeed, he will be spearing through. If he can find the margin where the red line meets the vertical white line, that's the crosshairs, really, of the best line through. That will introduce you to the corner. That is a good intro, a good entree, and not too bad at that point. Now, let's see. Yeah, he was too low off the white line. So he got spat up beyond red down the back straight. Let's have a look at it. 10.340, and he is the quickest so far. But you know what? If he'd have actually just not drifted and not been spat out of the corner by leaving it a little higher, and I'm talking a margin of maybe 20 centimetres, possibly a little bit less than that, maybe 15. If he had actually got that geometry right, I think he would have actually gone into the corner, kept it low, and had an even better time, possibly near to busting 10. Let's see what Harry Lenningham Hall is going to offer us up right now. Silver in team pursuit at the Worlds speaks volumes for this man. Bronze in the European team pursuit as well. And we remind you, a national sprint champion as well is Harry. 21 years of age. I know. I mean, 21 years ago, I can remember what I was doing. And, you know, one day I might tell you. Meanwhile, let's see how our national sprint champion gets down to business. He's about to do that right now. Well, he's following a very, very high line. In fact, I think he could probably high-five most of the audience if there wasn't a perspex screen between he and their hands. But anyway, you get the idea. Very, very close at hand. Drops off turn 2, comes into 3. This is fully focused. Now, look at this drive. He's getting through this curve, which means he can plant himself in the seat as indeed he crosses the 200. Here he is. He's on drop-in mode right now. That's a beauty. Down the back straight he goes. Super setup. Just drifts over red to try and flatten out this corner. Does he need to? Gets the slingshot beautifully. Will he bust 10? He might do. Whoa, just outside it. A 10.278, but it is our fastest so far. Next to engage will be Pete Mitchell, one of the Mitchell brothers. No, he's not. But yes, let us see how he manages to invoke that deep special thing that he had last year when he became national sprint champion. I know. He was 34. Now he's 35. Let's see what he's got, shall we? 7 times a para world champion, as indeed a pilot. And so sometimes he gets to ride for himself. And that is exactly what he's going to do right now. He's working the beard. Yeah, exactly. Ginger beard. Other soft drinks are available. Right, he just heads off up to the corner of the turn here. When he sets himself up for this run, next time by, this is going to be special. I can't get ginger beer out of my mind now. But here we go. Here we go. Waiting for his drop in, and indeed this is his approach lap. Now he knows how to do this very, very effectively. Here he goes. Do with a bit of pace right now, and he just puts it in at exactly the right moment. And here we go. You can't, of course, drive it constantly. He'll be back out of the saddle in a moment. Let's see as he comes up and over the top. Doesn't need it. Yes, he does. And here is that drive. So he just kicks off the corner. This is going to be special. Let's have a look. Here we go. Ooh, instinctively, by the way, just throws the bike at the line, which is fantastic. Right now, he catches the bike up, and what's he going to do? Is he going to catch a sub-10? That would be nice to start the evening off here. Just outside the 10.243. Second quickest so far, indeed, is Harry. Sorry, is Pete. I beg your pardon. And in fact, Pete Mitchell is fastest. I beg your pardon. I'm busy dancing here. Not on pinheads, I can tell you that much. But Matt Richardson is out next, and this is Pete Mitchell's nemesis. Pete Mitchell just sails underneath him on your screen. Pete Mitchell with the 10.243 is our fastest so far. By the way, pace 70.291 kilometres an hour. He was motoring. What now is Matt Richardson got for us? Let's see, shall we? Looks like he just cleared his throat. This is a man who's getting ready to scream at the end. I imagine there'll be plenty of fans who'll do precisely the same, to be honest. Circulating nicely. Now then, he kind of does this in his sleep, really. Well, not literally, obviously, but you get the idea. He's mapped this out entirely. He's looked like the sprinter to beat out there. It has been beaten here, but it's a very rare thing. and it almost looked like a just losing out on the jump when it came to a technical a little bit later on, when he was up. Pitched against Pete Mitchell, who got the win earlier. Let's have a look. This is nice approach work. Look how far forward he is on the bike as well. Whenever he's out the saddle, he really means business. He gets the drive brilliantly so. Here we go then. Watch him spear through this. There you go. And look how he holds it down under red. Just drifts up this time by, but it's in his habit to try and smooth out the corner. And with the sheer power, is it going to be sub 10? I think it is. Yes, it is. A 9.640. Come on. That was brilliant. Absolutely superb. Getting the crowd going here, and he'll come across the line and show us how big was the salmon. Oh, not so big, about 7 pounds, I reckon. He has a habit of showing us exactly what he's just landed. But let us wait and see how he finishes the job here. Matt Richardson, absolutely in charge. Well, he raced for Australia, of course. A man who could have raced for Australia back in the day is Bradley Wiggins. So we may well have him joining us a little bit later on. He could have raced for Belgium as well, because that's where he was born. But he decided to race for Great Britain, which is good. And Ben Wiggins, of course, will be out a little bit later as part of the men's endurance. In fact, I think Ben might be involved a little bit later on. What we doing the Derny? We'll have a look in a moment. I had some great Derny racing earlier on. It's the women's Madison, which will be next. Just a confirmation of the results from the men's sprint. Matt Richardson on 135 points, by the way, winning qualification. Pete Mitchell nearest to him, so it will be Matt against Pete, then it'll be Harry against Genaway, and then it'll be Jan against Daniele. Surely you know their family names by now. My name's Carlton Kirby. Thank you for your company. It's been great to have you on board. Just waiting now for, indeed, our opener, which is the women's Madison. Take about 12 minutes, this. 40 laps. When you start thinking, gosh, 40 laps, that's, 4 kilometres, quite frankly. So, yeah, 10 kilometres, in fact. That's more like it. 10 kilometres done in 12 minutes. That's not hanging around, is it? No. Those are the sort of speeds that we are dealing with. So 10 kilometres to do on this 250 track. They used to say that 250 was not suitable for multi-day racing, 6-day or 3-day, because it's impossible to gain a lap. But honestly, that has been put to bed. In fact, I think it was when Brad and Cav came together as a pairing right here that we suddenly thought, you know what? This is not only doable, it's royally entertaining as well. So right now, it's time to introduce our endurance athletes to the fans here. And indeed, that is what's going on right now. The convict at the front, the blue and white stripes. I do love the full gas racing kit, to be honest. Full gas racing, of course, an homage almost to Tony Gibb, who is the founder of the London 3, and it's terrific and going very, very well indeed. Izzy Sharp and Grace Lister are the pairing. Izzy is a former swimmer, actually, for Great Britain. Decided to do a tryout, did a fantastic job. 20 years of age now, a Team Pursuit European champion, former junior European Madison champ as well, along with Grace Lister, under 23 European Team Pursuit champion as well, and British Omnium champion. So a handy pairing, Team 14. This is Kapow Signs, number 13, wearing, sporting the purple here with the white banner, and by Kapow Signs. The signs are all there. Lana Erbela is here of Germany, along with Paula Gloning, German pairing. Lana, 22, Paula, just 18 years of age, but 6 times a cyclocross champion of Germany. So she has now decided to leave the mud behind and come into the velodrome. And since doing that, she's been racing the Madison, the points, and Team Pursuit. National champion of Germany is Lana Erbela at under 23 level. Meanwhile, we've just seen Maya Tracker great name for a track cyclist, and Rabenska as well, the Polish pairing. Again, also youngsters, junior world scratch champion is Tracker, and indeed team sprint and scratch specialist at the Nationals, where she's medalled, was Rabenska. Just looking at the orange team of Van der Molen and Brandwacht. Van der Molen, bronze at the Madison at junior level at the Europeans, and National Derny bronze medalist is Brandwacht. Brandwacht 28, just 22 is her compatriot, Van der Molen. Then we come to Marion Porton and, very important, Isabella Escalara as well. And this is a good pairing here. Chemistry student is Murray. We were hearing about her from Nia Evans, says watch her. She's extremely good. Silver in the team pursuit, don't forget, at the Nationals, and also a points junior champion. Yeah, and Isabella Ascara riding with her. Next up is Clémence Chéreau and Karis Lloyd. Franco-British pairing. Karis is only 18 years of age, 3 times a junior track world champion, however. She doesn't mess around. And European Junior Omnium, under 23 team pursuit as well. I mean, under 23 at 18, that's a lot of work still, a lot of time still to play with. Clémence Chéreau of France, a new road contract with for her, twice a world champion at team pursuit. Then we have Rugovic and Boronikova in the polka dots we've just seen. Rugovic, a national Madison champion, team pursuit champion as well, is Boronikova. We're looking at Abus in the red with Jenny Hall, tandem world champion with Sophie Unwin, and indeed the world record holder, got to say, 6-time tandem world champion. Katie Ann Carlton is with her. Then we have the Avias Cycling, team number 6, with a rather fetching, I must say, sort of grey-blue, sort of RAF blue, you might say. This is Sina Temmen and Julia Thiels. This is a German-Dutch pairing, 6 national titles to Tiemann, and indeed Julia Thiels making her debut and still riding very, very effectively at 21 years of age. Colleen Gulick, 9 times the United States champion, an American Olympian, of course, 34 years of age, and riding just on the outside with the red number 5 is Kimberly Zubris, superhero of, indeed, track cycling. Former world number 1 in the Madison, the American, 41 years of age now, but racing absolutely brilliantly here. Great to see. Endeavour with Megan Barker and Josie Knight, super crowd favourites as well. Bronze in the team pursuit of the World Championships, Megan Barker, world champion at team pursuit, of course, a couple of years ago. Absolutely brilliant. Josie Knight, twice a world champion, twice a British champion, 3 times European champion, not messing around. Next up, Drop Project Brewing Company with Francesca Selva. She paired with Robin Clay. Robin Clay with the red number 3 there. Took a stage in the Tour Femina, of course. Got a pro contact with Picnic Post NL. Off the back of it, the 22-year-old. Loves the Madison, apparently. Let's see how that goes with Francesca Selva here, just waving to the crowd. United States crit racer. On a regular basis is the Italian. Meanwhile, Katie Archibald, of course, in the red, in the black with the red helmet, the black 2 with the red helmet, acknowledging the crowd, super passionate, and of course greatly appreciated as well. Riding with Sophie Lewis, former national Omnium champion, former team pursuit champion in Europe a couple of years ago, Madison champion as well. Part of the Manchester Cycling Project is Sophie Lewis. And then coming through to finish off the introductions, team number 1, Francesca Brauser, individual pursuit world champion a couple of years ago, multiple world champion, of course, and European. Yeah, just can do it all. Romy Kasper is riding with her, wearing the red number 1 in the white jerseys here. And she is indeed won Paris-Roubaix Femme, won a stage of the Tour de France. and six times a Giro d'Honneur stage winner as well. Time then for us to fully invest in this one. It's a women's Madison. Chase should be about 12 minutes. It's going to be 40 laps. They are already entered into the first of those. You have resting riders, of course, on a Madison. They will be passive, I should say. Their teammates will be active down at the bottom of the track. So you see riders circulating at the top. There's a handsling involved, and you're going to see the first one coming right now from the Drop Project Brewing Company. They've been on the rack just a little bit, got lapped in the Derny racing earlier on, and indeed the Bright Yellows are just struggling ever so slightly, if I can put it that way. Fatigue just does start to rock in, and for some of the youngsters as well, that can be a heavy thing to bear. You have to sort of moderate your pace when it comes to surviving a 3, or indeed 6-day racing as well. It's about energy preservation apart from anything else, as indeed we were being told by Michel Vartens a little bit earlier on today. He'll be joining us once more when we get busy, and that's not going to be too long, I imagine. Haven't had a reach out for a lap yet today, but I feel that it is bound to come. Let us wait and see. Circulating beautifully, and just coming through now is Francesca Brauser with Romy Kasper waiting to exchange. And getting back in here is Robin Clay. Here is that exchange from the yellow team. Francesca Selva it is that takes it on and is first to really drive the field on, which is nice to see. So whatever fatigue they were showing a little bit earlier on, maybe it was just a case of self-preservation and keeping something back for this. Izzy Sharp and Grace Lister, we rather puckishly call the stripes here the convicts, but easy to spot. It's actually a great livery. I really like it for full gas cycling. Looks hyper groovy, as described by the great Tony Gibb. I don't know whether he's ever said hyper groovy, but he should. He looks like that kind of guy. Meanwhile, they start to get into attack mode. Do they? Yes, they do. Coming up and over the top, Brookfield Properties are on a flyer. This is great. This is the wind-up that we need. Who is going to rise to it? And guess what? It's the convicts in full gas cycling who are trying to close the gap. And it is Izzy Sharp that wants to put the fire out. Wonderful work here. It's Will Gilbert. Sorry, it is, beg your pardon. It is Isabel Escalera who is escalated hostilities here. And away she has gone. Now, is anybody going to join her and form an alliance? And it looks like it is going to be Izzy Sharp, who's exchanged with Grace Lister, who just takes over that duty right now. Also busy is BioRacer. BioRacer's Rabinska. She indeed lights it up, but is being chased down here by Sophie Lewis, who's having none of it. Here is Katie Archibald. Of course, it's Katie Archibald. And as soon as that name is mentioned, the crowd usually get a bit restive, expecting greatness, which is something that a clarion call that she has answered almost constantly throughout her entire career. It's been brilliant. And so they get their heads down and invest, and it is Maya Tracker who's going for it right now, of Poland. She's on the front in the blue, just exchanging with her teammate here, Rabinska, I beg your pardon. I think I've been calling her Rabinska, but it is Rabinska, of course, the 20-year-old Pole. Done great things in the Nationals at junior level and is actually growing in stature at this very event. Just not fancying it for the time being. Izzy Sharp just wisely backs out of this drive, leaves it for Francesca Brauser. She indeed just hogging the blue line at the moment, getting a nice throw in here as well for Megan Barker of the Endeavour team. In fact, they're really rather nicely placed. The personal bike fit as well with Clemenceau Chéreau also well placed. In fact, they're kind of bunching up at the front here. That's 5 wide we've just seen coming through there. And we're only 4 laps away for our first intermediate sprint at 20:10 and at the line. So on these short dashes, really, this is where you get the 5, 3, 2 and 1 points. At the very end, the third and final sprint, which is the finish line, is doubled up to 10, 6, 4 and 2. And so it is that we start to hit the pace right now, and it is Maria Porton who goes off the front, being marked out here by Sophie Lewis. Sophie Lewis just actioning a bit more pace. Katie Archibald is waiting to get the handover here, and this will be a beautiful drop-in. Let's wait and see how effective this is. Here comes Katie. There's the hook. And indeed, there is the slingshot. And Katie suddenly finds a great deal of impetus. She's going to come around the track here, and she's going to take, surely, the bell at least. Grace Lister's on her case. Now, is Grace Lister just about to exchange? Yes, she is. So some fresh legs coming in. Izzy Sharp will be up against Katie Archibald, and here she goes. Let's see how much legs Lizzie Sharp has got here, but not enough to deny Katie Archibald, who's going to come around here to spear the line. Ooh, you know what? Tight at the line. Was there a steal there for that intermediate sprint? It kind of looked like it. Well, let's wait and see. We'll get the results for you. Archibald indeed did take that. Sharp just missing out. It gets the 3 points. Hull and Colton get the 2 and 1 for indeed the women. Indeed for our final points score here of Porton and Escalara. Hostilities escalating as well. We are circulating rather nicely and indeed waiting for this one to reveal itself. We've only got 18 laps to go of this women's, almost a dash, isn't it, but called a chase, 12 minutes only, and indeed will be completed rather nicely. The convicts doing a good job here, Full Gas Cycling in the blue and white stripes, doing a sensational job of just monitoring everything for the time being. Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis policing matters, and indeed with some efficacy. We have Colnago just making the exchange right now, and that is Romy Kasper handing on to Francesca Browser. Browser, the Hauser, I think you might say. She can shoot some heavyweights, and let's wait and see indeed if that is the case for the German 26-year-old, multiple world champion, of course, and European as well. Does a great job. 4 wide, 5 wide, in fact, coming into this. It's getting lively, and this is a full-blown attack that we are seeing right now. Big attempt being made, and it's nice to see that Endeavour with Megan Marker, and it's Josie Knight who's active at the moment. She's waiting to throw, indeed, her teammate in a short while, but 15 laps to go. It's a bit too much with waiting for an intermediate sprint to be declared with about 4 laps time. That will be the last of the intermediates, leaving us just the 10 laps to finish. Here's your exchange going nicely. And it's Megan Barker that picks up off the handsling from Josie Knight, and indeed has now got a real drive coming out of turn 4. Does a super job, making sure that everyone takes grand notice of that. BioRacer with Rubinska is going for it as well. Medals in the Nationals, Teams Pursuit and Scratch. And Poland always punch above their weight, it seems, whenever we have any kind of Olympic cycle. And we've got one right now with Los Angeles still, I guess you might say for many people, over the mists and over the mountains. But when you're a track cyclist and you happen to be 20 years of age, you kind of think to yourself, you know what, I could get myself into the forefront of the minds of the selectors. Bell's gone, and this is your drive now for some valuable points. Nice exchange being made. Megan Barker hands over to Josie Knight at exactly the right time. Does she hold the position? That's the big question. Out of the saddle comes Maya Tracker. Tracker can't get round on the red line. That's good holding strategy that you've got to say from Team 4. Super work there, and nicely delivered by Josie Knight. Takes the 5 points. We'll have those results for you in just a few moments' time. It is Barker Knight that take the 5. Tracker and Raminchka take the 3. Archibald and Lewis get 2 more points. Cheryl and Lloyd the 1. It's time then to get to the final phase of this one, and we've got a flyer. Is this too far out to go? Well, there's a relaxation within the pack, and that may well be determined by the commissaires to be the main body of the field. So it is kind of bait, if you will. And guess who? Katie Archibald, crowd pleaser at the best of times. Right now, she hears the roar, and indeed it just accents her drive for this. Super work by Katie. Indeed, she's got good company here as well as they come to the line. Team 9 busy. It's Karis Lloyd, the 18-year-old. I beg your pardon. It's Clemenceau Chéreau, got a new road contract actually, just come through for her, 21 years of age. Staying with Katie, that's got to be something. And it's an alliance that's gone off up the road and is being marked out here by Abus Helmets. Jenny Hall and Carianne Colton are just sailing into that gap. Can't quite make up ground, and part of the reason is that it is Team 2, Amax, with Sophie Lewis now having exchanged with Katie Archibald. 5 laps to go. I imagine that Katie might well drop in for the exchange and then put finally Sophie Lewis back in for the final phase. But with 5 laps remaining, let's see how long Katie wants to hang out there before she makes the exchange. At the Worlds, absolutely brilliantly so, Katie gets active right now. She was exchanging on the final lap, possibly in the last 3 quarters, and it seemed to be working extremely well for her. Look at the drive that she gets. As soon as she is nose in the wind here, checks across the track as well, kind of automatically works out just how much work she's got to do to tag on. It's not going to be the field that she finds with 3 laps remaining, 2 next time by, but it is going to make life a lot easier when it comes to the final sprint. Whether it's going to be Katie, I don't think so. I think she's going to make the exchange with Sophie Lewis. That generally tends to be the battle plan. They're lined up and ready to make that exchange right now. And it's Abus that take the head with Jenny Hall driving this one home. There is the exchange right now. So what can Sophie Lewis do with some new legs? Let's see if she can manage it. She's got her prey within her sight. She's going to come around high, wide and handsome above the red line. Crowd roar. That was a supreme exchange, technically beautifully delivered, and 10 big points at the line. That was a super job. Nice work, Sophie Lewis, and of course Katie Archibald, the architect of that brilliant assault. So it is Archibald and Lewis to get the 10 points there. Lister and Sharp, the 6. Hull and Colton, the 4. And Chéreau and Lloyd, the 2. I mean, Archibald and Lewis take this one with an assembly of 17 points through the run. That was classy stuff. We should be back with the men's Madison in just a short while. 50 laps for the men, including, of course, our roster of greats that we have within our, indeed, panoply. Is it a haven't used the word panoply for such a while. I may well park it up for another 10 years. I'm not quite sure. We shall wait and see. We will be back with the men's Madison Chase for you in just a short while. But great riding there by Archibald and Lewis. I actually go on what I see. Yeah, a bit of both. This is a good back reference, but you see the moves, I think, you know, even if it's 3/4 of a second, it's noticeable. So, yeah, I mean, you could call it from that. People match it up in their minds anyway.
That's my daughter. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, she's doing the flowers. Yeah.
She's absolutely beautiful. You should be very proud.
Unbelievable performance there. Katie and Sophie, you're absolutely smashing this, especially in the back of the World Champs last week. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, well, we're pretty stuck into this now. It's a slightly distant memory all of 10 days ago, so just pin the ears back and go hard.
Absolutely, with a smile on the attack. That was unbelievable. Sophie, who had it harder there? I think we both did, to be honest. We were both committed 100%, so a fantastic tag team. Everyone give them a huge round of applause. Congratulations.
Keeps me in line as well. Yeah, she's a joy. Do you miss it, the track?
Yeah, parts of it, bits of it, yeah.
It's such a great community, isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't want to say cozier, but I just mean more familial. You know, you feel like you're in a band of like-minded people. Don't you? Right. Brilliant. Thank you. Who did sorry? Team 10. Brilliant. Wow, just checking on the women's classification before the men get underway. Hall and Colton have gained a lap, and in fact now their points assembly of 117 seems modest, but they are on the lead lap. So great work for them in the women's endurance competition. They are ahead of Archibald and Lewis, who have more points, but are a lap in arrears. Something that I'm sure will be amended a little bit later on. Time then for us to enjoy the men's Madison, getting themselves ready up to pace. There'll be just make sure that everyone gets to the forefront. We'll be having the introductions in a short while. They'll get themselves sorted out. Porten and Escalara, just confirmation, leading the women's classification here. They're on the lead lap with 134 points. Not the most points out there, but still a great assembly, and the lead lap counts, as it does for Holland Colton. They picking up 17. They're on 117, I should say, and they are on the lead lap. Archibald and Lewis on 170 points, the best points out there, but a lap down. They can amend that a little bit later on. Browser and Casper on 136, but a lap down. So as you can see, Holland Colton, how important the laps are. Had they not got that lap up, they wouldn't be in second place. They would be down in sixth place. So it is. It shows you just how important those laps gained are. And we're going to have the men assembling into their pairings in a short while. And indeed, we will be then underway and racing. Just trying to figure out who is the youngest amongst the men. It might well be Ben Wiggins. It could be Jamie Witcher as well. I'm going to have to look up their birthdays to find out who indeed is the kid of the track. Might be Noah Hobbs as well. Oh, it's Henry Hobbs. Of course it is. He's 18, blowing the other boys out of the water. Sam Fisher will probably argue with that as well. He's 18, so is Will Gilbank. So I've kind of answered my own question, which is, I don't know. Jan van Schalk, I note, is also 18. There's a bunch of kids out here. It's time to get to veteran status in a short while. Meanwhile, let's meet the teams, shall we? This is SD Displays, Roy Efting, Blom, and indeed Callum 12s. His mum's here, actually. She did her hotel bookings, bless her. Yeah, Callum, 21 years of age, junior individual pursuit silver medalist at the Nationals, took the scratch at the Nationals as well, can't help himself. In fact, he is scratch champion, defending. So yeah, he's paired up with the Netherlands, Roy Efting Bloom, as mentioned. They give way here to Tom Ward and Frank Longstaff, the all-British affair. Tom Ward, been around a while now, was National Madison champion last year, don't forget. Frank Longstaff with him. He has been extremely busy. He's done 25 UCI track wins along the way, so, you know, handy, I think you might say. Jules Hesters, we know and love him, of course, from 6 Day Racing. Always been very much a part of proceedings. Very distinctive rider, good attacking mode, and in the partnership with Ollie Wood, they can be spectacular, and indeed are running very well indeed. Are indeed Hesters. And I don't want to call him his sidekick because they're better than that. They are Ollie Wood, of course. The sidekick almost seems like we are dividing them. But yeah, Hesters and Wood running second at the moment in the standings on 106 points. A lap down on Havoc and Heinen, who are out there. Schalk and Willemsen, they are riding for the Kapow Signs team. Just met them. We have the bio racers of Keegan Hornblow and George Jackson as well. Next up to be introduced to the crowd will be Brooks Cycles, Ross Birrell and Sam Fisher. Ross from Scotland, 22 years of age, with the young Welshman Sam Fisher. They punch above their weight, actually, and have been quite effective. Bit peaky in their form, though. Sometimes absolutely on it, sometimes at the back. But you know what? Too much night clubbing. Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Brookfield Properties, anything but. But you sometimes get peaky performances from youngsters. But when they are at their peak, they are brilliant. Could be on our first race of the night. Let's wait and see. Alvaro Navas and Will Gilbank are here from Brookfield Properties. Often drive into this. Spanish is Alvaro. British is Will. Will, a 2 times podium in the Nationals in the Madison and Scratch races. Personal Bike Fit are here with Moritz Augustine, the Scratch World Champion. took that brilliantly, almost looked wide-eyed and just wondering how on earth that happened. Well, because he's extremely good. He's a Derny race star as well, is Moritz. He's with Wojciech Krzyżolarski, the soldier, so mind what you say to him. Yes, he is known as the B. I don't know why, because he should be the A in Poland. Sorry about that. We have Cinnamon Cafe. I think he means stings like a bee. Should really go with wasp, I think, just to avoid confusion. Riley Pickerel is here, the Canadian, and indeed his fellow Canuck is Jamie Witcher in the blue polka dots. Looks like the Mountains jersey from Spain, but it's the Cinnamon Cafe team. Abus, here they are, Big Lock Company, nice, keeping it secure. Will Perrott and Matt Bostock. Matt, of course, just a national circuit star, under-23 team pursuit world and European champion, bronze in the team pursuit of the Euros. 28 now. He's up with Will Perrott, former national team pursuit Madison and Derny champion. Meanwhile, Avis Consulting Team 6 just rolled to the front in their grey, sort of an RAF blue, really. Victor Falutas is here with Oscar Winkler. There we are. You'd just want to call him the Fonz, wouldn't you, Oscar? But anyway, returns indeed with multinational and international accolades to his name, the Great Dane. It's the Hungarian is Falutas. They exchange now with Will Tidball and Josh Charlton, Scratch World Champion Tidball, of course, formerly, and the new individual pursuit World Champion is Josh Charlton. Yes, European IP champ as well. Just 23 years of age, a lot of mileage still in Josh. And the man from Exmouth, Tidball, now just continues his wave. He's good at that. Meanwhile, Yuri Havik produces a wave of excitement and indeed worry whenever he launches. He can do a fantastic job. He's with Phil Heinen. So the Endeavour team. Yuri Havik was partnered with Ben Wiggins last year. This year, Ben Wiggins is with Roger Kluger. Fantastic pairing. We'll see them in a moment. But yeah, Havik and Heinen, one of the most dynamic pairings that we've got here. They really do go on the attack, often marked out by Drop Project Brewing Company, who have the European champions riding for them. Jana Dornbos is here with Vincent Hoppeschek. It is the Dutch pairing to die for, you might say. They ride extremely well. European Madison champions, don't forget the pair of them. Hence the blue with gold stars. The Hobbses, Noah and Henry, have been brilliant, very lively so far, still very much youngsters and on track, it seems to be some of the superstar element of a treasure chest that is British track cycling. Let's see how they develop in the run towards the Los Angeles Olympics. Long way I do appreciate. And finally, we have Roger Kluger. Got his bio, and he doesn't mention how old he is, so he doesn't like it to be said. So I won't say that he's 39 years of age. He's going to hit me soon. But anyway, Ben Wiggins, he's only 20. He's just brilliant. I've got his dad sitting next to him. We'll be hearing from him in a few moments' time. But Roger Kluger, almost by osmosis, Brad, Ben will be drinking in every single one of these rides that he gets. As a teenager, he's with Yuri Havik. Now he's with Roger Kluger. How many strings can you pull on this one?
Well, I mean, this is a big night for him.
Yeah.
You know, they've got through that first Friday night session this afternoon as well. But the Saturday night is always the big one. And I think he knows the importance of tonight. They're right in the mix to pull off a good result. He's got a great partner, so I think he sees this as a huge opportunity this year. So we'll see how this one plays out, but this is the big one, Colin.
It will be fantastic indeed. There's not many more steps to take forward for Ben. He's looking brilliant, and indeed right now he's got the pairing that he would have almost dreamt of, I think. Roger himself just missing out on a bronze medal but on countback, and of course it was denied him at the Worlds in the Madison. Could have happened, but it was a bronze in the end. He's kind of parked up that modest disappointment. I mean, it is what it is. The Commissars just missed a count. I think, indeed, it was Denmark that got elevated to the bronze medal position. Right now, it is Scream that go for it. How busy do you need to be at the top? If you're going to take a lap in a field like this, they're going to have another sprint later on, which is the same distance. So, in fact, it's going to be 60 laps to finish off the evening. How much do you build into yourself to preserve something for later on?
Well, I think they've got to just throw everything to the wind, especially a team like Ben and Roger Kluger here. They got that one lap that they're down now, but they're right in the mix on points. So they get that lap back, and they're right in it with the points that they have. But Harvick and Heinen, they're the team to beat now at this race.
Yep, seems that way. Kind of look that way on paper as well, but the trouble with paper is it's highly flammable. Anything can happen, especially when you're making exchanges, which of course we do in this. 50 laps then, sounds like almost a country mile. It is quite a distance that they have to complete, but we're going to be doing this in about 12 minutes time, and the pace is absolutely up there. The thing about Madison Racing, Brad, is that you get fresh legs almost constantly.
Yes, and look who's off the front now. This is Ollie Wood. I mean, this is the team that I think they're an outside bet to win this race, Carlton. I think they've shown the last few sessions that they have what it takes to win this race. So it's a tricky one now. Teams like Ben and Kluger, and of course, you know, the Dutch pairing that are leading this race have got to watch out, because a sneaky lap like this from someone like Ollie Wood could upset the apple cart.
Yeah, I love the word sneaky. Aptly used for Ollie Wood as well, almost hiding in plain view. The trouble is, knowing that somebody's going to make a move like this is one thing. Doing something to stop it is a problem, because if you're the driving force behind from the pack, you could be leading, basically drafting somebody else in to mug you later on.
And as you say that, Carlton, look who's coming to the front now to lead the chase now.
It's
Hester's, of course.
I beg your pardon. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So they're not taking any chances here. They're the leaders, and all the onus will fall on them to do the work here, which is where a situation like this, Ben and Kluger could profit from. You know, let the other teams do the work, let the other teams chase, and then look for a counter.
Let's have a look. Brookfield Properties also actually riding above themselves here in the green. I say that they are quite a dynamic unit, but looking at who else is involved in the chase right now, and the gap is around getting up towards that half lap margin. Pace has been picked up. Now, you can get hung out there, and that can be a very nasty thing, a hard thing to take if you don't make your lap up. It's a long way to go before we get to our first intermediate sprint with 20 laps remaining, and the pace of the pack has changed, and this can spell disaster to a team that were brave enough to try it, but have been unpicked basically by the fervour within the pack.
Yeah, that's right. But as we see, it's one team that are doing the chase, and it's the leaders of this 3-day. But Ollie Wood, you know, once they start getting into the draft of the back markers, then it becomes a different ball game. They're producing less effort to the guys who are chasing on the front.
Yeah, they've only got to get to the back of the pack, don't forget, what is defined as the main body of the field. And right now, let's have a look as the back crosses. They are indeed just beyond that half-lap margin, so they're within it. Within half a lap, I should say, rather than beyond. They sail around the back. We've got some real pace about this, but it's been matched just for the time being by both Havik and indeed Heinen, doing a super job of moderating the pace. I'm actually looking at the string that is following them. Let's have a look right now and get a tag. Just making inroads, but possibly only gained another 10, 15 metres.
Yeah, as the pairing of Wood and his teammate there, of course, who is his teammate there, Hester's are making that effort and extending their lead. The pace behind, so they're really playing with them at the moment. There's about half a lap in it, but of course we're only 14 laps from that first sprint. So if they do get pegged back and brought back in, as you see, there's a real injection of pace now in that peloton from behind.
There is, and there's actually a break as well. Yuri Havik has actually just put a couple of bike lengths between himself and everybody else. That is marginalised, just sailed into that gap, and it's Shuzilarski and Augustin that actually closed that gap down. Havik still the driving force within the chase here, and in fact, let's have a look. Next time by, we'll get a better view of it this time as to whether they've made any more inroads, and in fact they're fading. So this is a duo of pain, really. Havik and Heinen have really strung this group together as a pack. They are now closing down, and this is going to come to naught, I'm afraid, for Heston and Wood. They're going to realise now and maybe just think better of it.
It looks like that's it, and it's one team that's done all the work to bring them back. So once the junction is made and they've brought these pairing back, you watch for the counter-attacks behind that. The teams that have profited from sitting on in the draft are now going to launch second wave of attacks now, and of course that puts the Dutch pairing who've brought that group back they're going to be vulnerable now.
Yeah, they certainly are. In fact, those who've just been sitting on their tail just for the last, 6 or 7 laps
Here we go,
are
it's
now
the
going to
European
feel
champions.
themselves under pressure. And here comes the heat. Oh, and the European champions almost hampered by an exchange that was in the bend. That was brilliant work. It's Hoppershek, I think, that's gone for it. Yes, it is. Red number 3. He is absolutely fully committed. And this is a great time to go for it as well. 8 laps remaining, don't forget. They could pick up an intermediate sprint. And once again, let's see who's moderating it. And guess what? Ben Wiggins it is that sets off. He exchanges with Roger Kluger, who's going to try and eat into this gap right now. Could be a decent pairing, but it's going to take a lot for Kluger to actually get up the road. But he's managing it, you know. He's about in midway in, I guess you might say, no man's land. And what about the drive from Team 4 with Havoc and Heinen? They've done so much work. Still expected to carry on.
Exactly. So they have no choice now but to continue chasing this second wave of attacks down. So they have to do all the work on the first one, and now there's 2 fantastic teams out front now that are a real danger to their overall lead.
Magic carpet ride, you might say. Roger Kluger comes round, just tags on here to the back wheel of Hoppershek, right to make the exchange. And here is Ben Wiggins now gets the drive. Not fully committed just yet, but his souplesse, he rides quite upright. But right now he's got a great pace man, I guess you might say, in front of him. Let's see how well they work. He gets the exchange right now. Here we are, expected to do the drive, and in fact does a great job. He's got some power on him.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good team pursuiter, and obviously he's had a big year on the road as well, so that will come in handy in this type of racing. But as you can see, they're already half a lap up now, and they're starting to get the back markers in sight.
This is great. As soon as you get that rush, it's not only an aero assist as well from the pack that's punching in the air. There's a mental, indeed, achievement as well. By seeing them either on the front or back straight, suddenly you realise that your prey is within your sight. It becomes an easier task, both mentally and physically.
Yeah, and as of course we're coming up to the 2 laps to go here for the points, so they're going to score while they're out there also taking this lap. So this couldn't have worked out better for these 2.
Bell's just gone, and so they're guaranteed to be taking the big points here. Let's see who makes a sizable one. It's Kluger now that comes up, having exchanged with Ben Wiggins a few moments ago, and they are going to take it. He's going to want all of these. Let's have a look at the line. It's going to be a photo, just missing out. It's the Europeans that spear the line first, and it was Jana Dornbos that bags that. I don't think Roger was minded, to be honest, at that point, just to upset him. But nonetheless, Ben Wiggins gets the exchange right now. You've got to keep something back, but these guys now will invest. They need to get this lap gain if they possibly can. Pack hasn't paced up just yet. There's still 9 laps to go to the next intermediate.
Yeah,
almost perfect timing.
It's full on at the moment as well, Carlton. You can see the line out here, but they're going to make the junction now. And again, watch this second wave of attacks. And as I say that, it's the Dutch pairing that are going off the front.
They've got the lap. Super. Been announced. You'd kind of think that Big Ben would ring, but hasn't quite happened just yet. But you want big. Yuri Havoc, none bigger than him, it seems. A little package, but incredibly powerful, and he drives away. But look at the chase that's invoked here. It's Josh Charlton and Will Tidball, actually, that's doing the driving right now. He just zips up the track, doesn't want to do all the work on his own, doesn't want the same thing to happen that happened to Havoc and Heinen. They are suckers for punishment. They've gone for it again. The exchange now rings in with Phil Heinen now slung into it. And indeed, it's for everyone else to chase. It doesn't look massively committed, I must say, off the front. They're not going to make the same mistake twice.
No, and also they've done a lot of work in this chase, Carlton. They've had to bring back all the big ones. Obviously, they couldn't just keep that one together there. But again, dangerous moment now for this Dutch pairing because they've exposed themselves on so many occasions in this chase. They've done a lot of work. And now we're looking for these final attacks in this last 13 laps.
Here it comes then. Team 5 now starting to pick this one up. It's just Charlton, actually, that's got the drive. And look at the way he leaves everyone in his wake. You know, sometimes timing, if you just hold something back and then make your investment, go in this game of poker, I guess you might say. And right now, the big chips are on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh Charlton, the world individual pursuit champion from last week. Big powerhouse going off the front.
Yeah, it's great drive that he's achieving right now, just holding it underneath that red line, asking the question of everybody else. Bell has rung. There'll be an intermediate sprint coming up next time by. Everyone, of course, is now getting interested. That's the big problem. If they can hold on to this, that would be something. But look at the rocket that is coming up and over the top. This is amazing. This is Yuri Havoc that's going to try and take it, and indeed does so. Says those points are ours. If we're not going to gain a lap, then we're going to have a bit of this. He might well be up for the final sprint as well. He's got a lot on board still.
Yeah, very, very fast. I mean, they're just accumulating these points here now. The the lap that Wiggins and Kluger have taken will elevate them in the GC, but they've still got to score points.
They have. Well, let's see how they manage this. Looking to see who's getting lively. Now, just watch out for Matt Bostock and Will Perrott, actually, from the Abus team. They've been extremely quiet in this one, and that is uncharacteristic. Making the exchange right now, a brief word passing between them. Just how much information can you impart to your teammate?
Well,
you know, a battle plan. Look at the flyer.
Look, as we see him coming over the top here, it's the European champions, Ben Wiggins on his wheel there. Really now starting to position themselves for this last sprint, although Ben's now actually going for it.
He is brilliant. He gets into turn 1 out of 2. He's got, 6-7 bike lengths, fully committed right now, riding the blue line, opening up the corner, does a great job of sailing around there, gets the exit. This is fantastic. It's going to light up the crowd. And indeed, 50% of this commentary position as well, maybe all of it. Here is Roger Kluger, gets the exchange. Ben did a brilliant job. Kluger, can he possibly finish it off? Super, 5 laps remaining. Total commitment is exactly what you need.
Yeah, exactly. They've really, really thrown caution to the wind here. They're going for it, and I can't see him being brought back at this stage.
Brilliant work, neither can I, and I think the alarm bells are going off. Dornbos and Hoppershek wondering what has hit them, and the answer is Team 1 at the moment, the Colnago boys, with Roger Kluger, and indeed the move started by Ben Wiggins. Yeah, brave, I think, and sometimes you need a bit of that. Got the exchange now.
Yeah, when everyone was least expecting it as well. Everyone was lining up for that sprint and getting positioned, and they've hit them just at the right moment. Yeah,
it's a super job. 3 laps remaining. I don't think they're going to quite get on to take the lap, but you never know if everyone, there's going to be too many points up for grabs at the line. Don't forget they're doubled, but the 10 points look like they've sailed up the road, and right now it is Ben Wiggins that is driving this on. He's going to make the exchange potentially with Roger just to finish the job. There is the bell. Roger's waiting to finish it off. Super work by them, and it's going to be minor points available for everybody else. The Europeans are trying their best to just hold off at the moment. Josh Charlton is on the final drive. Here is the exchange, almost a gentleman's excuse me. Brilliant, and the celebration goes on. The air is punched by worthy winners. In fact, getting up late there was Full Gas Cycling as well, with Ollie Wood just finishing off the job. Wow, what about that? Ben Wiggins and Roger Kluger, super work.
Very, very impressive, Carlton. That's a big statement for the overall of this 3-day. The best night to do it as well, full house, and they've really, really put themselves in the hat for the big victory tomorrow.
Well, we love that. We absolutely love that. Sensational. Great way to finish off what was a terrific run there. Just waiting for our points update for you in a few moments' time. But Kluger and Wiggins getting the big 10 at the end of that one. That was absolutely super. They get 10. 6 goes to Hestes and Wood. Tidball and Charlton pick up the 4. Dornbos and Hoppershek the 2. And I've got to say that Yuri Havik and Phil Heinen got bullied out there in this one. Kluger and Wiggins picking up 13 points out of that one. That was absolutely superb. They find themselves on the lead lap along with Dornbos and Hoppershek. And we will see how it stacks up. They are your standings. That is the way of things. We love it. What a night to do it.
Yeah, brilliant. Saturday night, the full house. And as I said, big statement that. Big statement.
They go into the overall lead. Kluger and Ben Wiggins are leading proceedings. And when you see the names that are here, 6 and 3 day specialists, they've taken some big scalps already.
They have indeed. And as I say, this is a big statement from them, and they've put their hat in the ring now for overall victory. But of course, we've got another chase to come later on. Special mention to the young gentleman with the flowers there. That's young Casper Cavendish, the son of Mark Cavendish. Just sat there. He's a future star in the making.
Is Mark himself in today?
Mark's not here today, no, but his youngest son, Cas.
He's made the trip on his own.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Good for him.
Yeah.
There's Tony Gibb, who indeed is the man who created this 3-day for us with the Colnago bike. Just welcoming them. He's got his betting slip in his back pocket.
He has. He's like John McCruick, isn't
he? Exactly that. Oh, let's hear from our winners, shall we?
And they're presented with their bouquets. Amazing stuff. Congratulations, Ben and Big Rog. What an incredible achievement. That was quite the chase we had going on there. How does that feel on the back of home back from Santiago with a little bit of, upset?
Yeah, today I feel really better. Yesterday was a hard kickoff, but today the legs do a little bit better, and I can just enjoy it in front of the crowd here.
Absolutely, you were crowd pleasers for sure. Ben, under the watchful eye of your father, how does that make you feel?
I mean, I think he says it best. You've got to make a statement on Saturday night here. So, yeah, I mean, said to Roger earlier, it's important that we come out and make a statement tonight. So I think we've kicked it off well.
You definitely made a statement. What do you reckon, Lee Valley? They 100% made their mark, and I hope to see a lot more from this dynamic duo in the future. What could be next?
Another win.
Another win! That's what we love to hear. Thank you so much, and congratulations.
Well, just confirmation before we go back to our sprint competition that Kluger and Wiggins are on 130 points, 3 clear of Havik and Heinen. Only 3 teams on the lead lap. Dornbos and Hoppeschek are also there on 123 points. With more points but a lap down are Hesters and Wood at the moment. Following on from them, Shushlarski and Augustine, the new, of course, Augustine Scratch World Champion. Let's get back to some sprinting, shall we? Time to deliver notice. Right now, it is on track. It's Katriona Prosta up against Sarah Petakova of so Personal Bike Fit at the front here, up against the Thread Racing. Elisa Katriona Prosta just settling herself into that position right now. So we've had our flying qualifiers. So these were 5th and 6th when it came to the flying 200. So they are paired to find out who is going to finish 5th and who finishes 6th. So it's a head-to-head. Next we'll find out who finished who indeed is going to be triumphant for 3rd place this evening of the sprinters, as indeed 3rd and 4th qualifiers, and then of course we will have our decider, which will be Emma Finucane against Sophie Capewell. So Iona Muir will be up against Katriona Prosta shortly. Meanwhile, beg your pardon, will be up against Miriam Vecce. So it is now Prosta against Petakova, and here we are. Bell has gone, so now it is time to invest. Petakova just with some work to do down the back straight, and does not look like she's got the legs to actually get on even terms here with Prosta, who is going to take this one comfortably. And indeed that means that she will be finishing the evening in 5th place. So no timings here, it's head-to-head after the qualifiers, don't forget. Next up, Miriam Vecce will be on track against Iona Muir. And this could get pacey. Waiting to see if Sophie Capewell has got the beating of Emma Finucane a little bit later on as well. It's sterling stuff. Good house packed into the velodrome this evening. Nice to see. Family night, of course. If you're seeing some spare seats, it's because essentially the infield is full of people enjoying themselves. I've got to say, I'm not sponsored, but there's a Renault 5, the new Renault 5 Alpine is there. It's absolutely glorious. Yes, thinking about trying to get a deposit together. You just never know. Miriam Vecce against Iona Muir. They've stuck Margaret in there as well. But yes, goes by Iona. She for Cinnamon Cafe in the black, with that half Union Jack displayed. Something that Stella McCarthy, I keep calling her McCarthy, and I meant McCartney, of course, daughter of Paul, he of Beatles fame. There we are. Now then, get yourself traced and ready. Miriam Vecce, just pacing Iona Muir at the moment. Silver at the Worlds in the team sprint for Iona. Miriam reaching veteran status, I guess you might say, at 28 years of age, but has been an Italian track star for, about the last, gosh, how many years? Even at junior level, it's about 16 years actually, started even before a teenager. Amazing. The good thing about Italian cycling as well is that they very much operate in the collective spirit. And it's Davide Cassani, who was the basically the director of Italian cycling, made sure that the elites actually billeted and indeed functioned at championships in the same hotels as the juniors, all the way down to juniors. So every age group had their heroes within reach. You could basically see what they have for breakfast. Yeah. 2 eggs and 1 shredded wheat, or the other way around. Just, I mean, who knows? Right now, Iona is stalking Vecce, who's very wise to the threat. Just jinks down underneath. Vecce quite happy to have her lead, but, well, that's a difficult thing. It's one of those shake hands, count your fingers afterwards, because Iona Muir, very clever rider. She's got some power as well. Vecce's just trying to mark her out, going high and wide above the blue line. Has Vecce got the drive? She's coming up onto her shoulder. She's nearly there. Looks like Vecce is going to get the slingshot off the corner. This should be the drive for home for the Italian. Let's wait and see. At the line, she just gets there. Vecce just nicking it at the very last here from Iona Muir. That was good work. Wow, that was a tight one. Next up, it will be Sophie Capewell and Emma Finucane, but that was a very nice late charge there by Vecce, who takes it ahead of Iona Muir. Clever racing. Just got up onto the 3/4 about this point down the back straight. Right then, Sophie Capewell. What can she do to unpick the drive, if you will, of Emma Finucane? Emma, of the pair, would probably go long, but I think so if Sophie Capewell does that, she's capable as well of indeed holding the margin. Let's see if indeed she gets there. Under 23 European sprint champion, of course, Sophie Capewell. Olympic gold in the team sprint, world team sprint champ as well last year. Bronze in the European Madison this year. And yeah, she can thrive. Let us see how she goes. Sophie Capewell up against Emma Finucane, who's on spectacular form at the moment. And rather scarily, Emma Finucane, only 22 years of age. Team sprint gold at the Olympic Games, we remind you. Silver in the Keirin at the World Championships recently from Santiago in Chile. So these two very well matched, and in fact drawing the eye of the crowd. Always interesting as well when you look at the infield and you see all the VIPs, and when they are fully fixed, all heads are turned to this near track stand that we've got going on right now. Not allowed to hold on to the rail, but they're getting close to it. This is nice. Crowd love to see this. Ripple of applause coming by. Let's see how long they wait. Commissaire is there. He's got a whistle in his mouth. This is always good to see. Emma Finucane just holding station. They're going to whistle them off. They're going to put a timer on them right now. And away they go. Don't want to restart. And it is Sophie Capewell that breaks first, and Emma Finucane stays with. Capewell looks like she wants to be doing the following at the moment, and very wary that Emma Finucane is more than capable of driving away. Let's wait and see. Sophie Capewell herself with a huge power. Capewell in the red, in the blue, Emma Finucane, and it's Emma that's kind of stalking at the moment. Capewell I mean, good track cyclists can ride while looking back. They know the geometry of the track. And Finucane it is that goes up, tries to get some drop speed here. Let's wait and see if she does it. Down the back straight, just charges into that gap. Is she going to drop under Capewell? She's not having it. Capewell still holds the margin here. Some rush room here. An aero tunnel that will be punched by Sophie Capewell. Now, what can Emma Finucane do down the back straight? She's going to come up around the outside. Now, can Capewell respond and hold her out there? Let's wait and see. Shoulder to shoulder, keeping it honest. It's going to be a tight one, this, at the line. And in the end, Emma Finucane is that takes it. The arm goes up. Sophie Capewell rode a clever race there. But Emma Finucane had the beating of her. Great work. Busy, busy, busy. We're loving this. Next up, it will be the women's endurance race for you shortly. So looking forward to that. We'll just wait to get our full assembly of the points tally from the sprint competition in a few moments' time. And then we start racing once again. And so it is that we get ourselves up to pace. This is team elimination. This is something that is a difficult thing to marshal because we've got so many riders on the track. We've got our hand slings as well. So yeah, get yourselves ready, essentially. We might actually have a visitor shortly. Let's wait and see. We're expecting Kim Zubris to come along and join us in a few moments' time. And but in fact, we have the pleasure here of indeed Michael is back with us. Michelle Varden, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Bit of team elimination. Should we have a bit of this, or are you going to wait and come in on our next one? Entirely up to you. It's a joy to have you along for the ride.
Yeah, no worries.
Team elimination is the way you go. Well, here we are. Take your pick. To be honest, it's a hard one to marshal on days such as this. Have we got it right now? In fact, I'm gonna put Michelle on the back burner and welcome back Nia Evans for this one, and we will have Michelle in a few moments' time. We'll just get a brief exchange. Super job. And indeed, back to our eliminator. We are now in the good company, of course, of indeed Nia Evans. What a race we have got here. We've had so much drama. Packed house as well, who've come along to see this one. Bells rung. You're just in time to see the first trim.
Yeah, the drama is just about to start.
You picked it
off better than it was this afternoon.
Oh gosh, yes. And as you can see on a packed house as well, and it's coming through for the first eliminator and playing catch up here. Got some drop room, but it's not going to work out. Brooks Cycling are indeed the ones that have gone, and that is Van der Molen and Brandwacht, I believe it is, that have gone. Team 11 are already out. Thankfully, they build it up a bit of cushioning when it comes to the Madison eliminator. And goodness me, do we need the extra laps just to clear the decks, to be honest, especially in the early phase. Just so many riders on the track, it's beguiling.
Yeah, it's really difficult to kind of keep track of who's actually the racing rider and who's the resting rider because it's such a quick turnaround. And the riders they're aware that because of the elimination, they don't want to be doing a change on that bell lap. So it then means that the number of changes happening all at the same time is pretty intense. Whereas with a normal Madison, it's much more spread about.
It is quite a worry as well that you have a whole raft of different levels of experience. Team 6 have gone off the back here. I often wonder when you see some teams like Teman and Triels, whether indeed the balance of what you have to deal with in terms of maybe saving yourself just a little bit for later on. Maybe that starts to factor into this as well.
Yeah, I think on the first night of racing, everyone's really keen to get stuck in. On day 2, fatigue is beginning to creep in, but also you're aware that you've still got another day to go. So you start to see people kind of, a little bit conservative. Like obviously they want to do well, but I think the Madison elimination, if you're not that confident, it's the easy one to kind of barrel out of a little bit early.
In danger at the moment, down at the bottom of the track is Colnago with Browser and Casper. Are they going to get caught out? Just about got away with it, but that's going to be a photo. There were so many involved, and it is Barker and Knight that have been declared. Team 4, that's a bit of a shock.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. They're both quite strong riders, but I think they just got caught out at the back. Although they had the height to come over, they thought that they were going to be safe, and it would be Team 1 that were going to be caught out at the bottom of the track. But this is the thing with elimination of it can be so close on the line.
It can. Even at the bottom of the track, suddenly the door can open. You get a little bit of rush room to enjoy, but it's a dangerous place to function back there, isn't it?
When you're at the bottom of the track, you're kind of relying on someone else making a mistake for you to get out of it, which tends to be why people like to sit a little bit higher up the track because it's easier to have an exit strategy.
This is going to be interesting. Is it going to come down to power? No, good timing as well, but not so, I'm afraid, for Team 8. Cinema Cafe with Rugovic and Baronikova get trimmed that time by. Playing with Fire was Robin Clay and Francesca Zilva from the Drop Project Brewing Company in yellow. They seem to be quite lively, I must say, this evening, so they have more than warmed to the task. Katie Archibald is at the back. Now, even at the Worlds, I've seen Katie kind of functioning at the back. She kind of drives on, trusts herself almost to stay out of trouble. But occasionally you can get caught out. And I hope that this is not that moment, not what the crowd want at all. Bella's just gone. It'll be next time by that it is important. Haven't lost one just yet, but here comes the drive just to get up and over the top. And this is a little bit of naughtiness that's going on as well, holding somebody underneath you. But is it all too late? Oh, yeah, just got away with it. Just got away with it. Team 5, I think it's Thread Racing that got caught out there. It is. It's Gulick and Zubris. But that was dangerous moments there for Archibald and Lewis.
Yeah, I mean, I had faith in Katie. She's very good at timing when she presses on. And as a rider, you can kind of get lulled into a false sense of security thinking, she's fluffed it a little bit. But she can come over with just such speed. It gets her out of trouble.
Now driving into it and wearing the yellow jersey of Drop Brewing Company. Robin is at the back, I believe. Yes, it is. It's Robin Clay. This is going to be a tough ask. She's got to get a lot of power here, but she might actually be taking to big scalps at the line. Let's see if she can get the drive over. That is hard to call. Very, very hard to call. And I think that Team 5... let's wait and see. Erbala and Gloning indeed get the sign. It is, I beg your pardon. So Kapow signs have gone. A knockout blow for Kapow, I think. But sorry about that.
You've been waiting all night to do that, haven't you?
It's the first time I've used it, but won't be the last. Here we go. Oh, just caught out of position at the moment after a shaky exchange. Abus cycling. Here's the bell. They've got time to make up ground, but it's a big old drive. with the pack in front of them. That gives you an aero, a big aero hole to punch into. Trapped at the bottom is Drop Project Brewing in yellow. How are they going to get out of this one? It's a proper hole, but there's a bit of a tangle above them. They might just make it if the door opens up for them. No. They were in prison, essentially, weren't they?
Well, that was it. You could see that she had the legs, but she couldn't go anywhere, and she didn't have enough time to back out and come back round. So sometimes when you're getting a little bit fatigued, you play that gamble of hoping a gap will open, but it tends to be a sign that you're running on empty.
Well, we've got sprint finals coming up after this team elimination. Then we've got the Derny. I know. That I cannot wait, and we will indeed have Michelle, I beg your pardon, to come and rejoin us. Right now we have Nia Evans, who's unpicking the strategy here. Bell's just gone. Next time by, somebody is going to be in trouble, and it looks like a tracker at the bottom for Bio Racing in blue. Is she going to manage to get out of jail free here? No. Abis, I'm afraid, left it too late by the looks of things. Or indeed, was it Team 1? I'm waiting to see. Hall and Colton it was that were declared for this one. Team 7, in fact, of Abis just missed timing there. They were hung off the back. I think they made a dodgy exchange and just couldn't retrieve it.
Well, they'd made that mistake earlier on and put in a big effort, which they got away with, and then they had to do it again, and legs just packed in, unfortunately.
Here is the driving exchange now for Colnago with Browser and Casper making the exchange, and it is Browser now that gets the drive. She's going to come up and over the top. Bell's just gone. Hanging at the back is Rabinska, I believe. It is her. She wants to get out of jail free, but can she, with Escalara trapped at the bottom? In fact, it's her teammate Maria Pouton in the green at the bottom. Who's going to get there first? Do you know what? That is very hard to call. It wouldn't be a commissaire, but kind of feels, it's Team 9 that have gone. Sherrod and Lloyd checked the cameras. Sherrod and Lloyd it is that take the walk, I'm afraid, and now it starts to get more tactical.
Yeah, so it's thinned out a little bit, so it's not so much of a bunch. So you're going to see a little bit more movement, possibly people take a wee bit of height to allow a jump. Oh, but as one team's been gapped off the back, that was a costly change.
It was a costly change. Nice interchange here by Browser and Casper. They got kind of not exactly the sleepers here, riding for Colnago, wanting to ride very, very strongly. And here we go, big pickup. Late amends by Maya Tracker, comes up and over the top, trapping down Full Gas Cycling. Is it Grace Lister that's at the bottom of the track here? And in fact, it was Izzy Sharp of Full Gas Cycling, but Sharp and Lister are now exiting, the convicts we like to call them, in the blue and white stripes. But I'm afraid no get out of jail free card for them. So Brookfield Properties are here with Pouton and Escalara in the green.
You do not see an attack in a Madison elimination often.
You don't. We've got one right now. And this is a proper kickoff. This is a bid, of course, to win today. And so it's going to be left, I'm afraid, to teams 1 and 10 to make their exchanges because this looks like we've got ourselves a flyer. I don't think we're going to get a lap gain. That's not the point. It's about building some safety. This is an insurance policy.
Yeah, it is. They got caught out earlier and they obviously thought, right, no, we want to be on the front and give ourselves a bit of a buffer. But she's tying up, so... Yeah,
goodness me, are they going to make it? It's a real, whoa, my goodness. I've got a feeling that it's Team 10 that have just been trimmed off. It is Pouton and Escalara. So the strategy worked there, I think, from BioRacer, but they almost finished last there. That was amazing.
Well, I think that they might have played their trump card there. I'm not convinced that they're going to feature in the next sprint, to be honest.
No, I don't think so either. But
Team 1's now gone in the attack, so they've obviously,
they've set a template here,
they have.
Well, there we go. Off the front is Browser and Casper doing a nice exchange. Let's see how much resources are left with BioRacer. It's Maya Tracker at the moment. Rabinska is waiting to take over with the exchange a little bit further up the road. Here is that drive, but you kind of feel that BioRacer basically spent all their pennies at once. But this is fantastic. We've got a finish coming up right now, and BioRacer respond absolutely beautifully. Oh, my life. That was sensational. Well, they have held in abeyance and trimmed off Archibald and Lewis, who haven't been mentioned because they've been so well placed. And now they're gone.
It's a bit of a surprise because you could see that Katie deliberately pushed on so that they would get the change after the sprint. I think Katie was confident that Sophie would come over, but she didn't quite have the legs for that. But yeah, BioRacer, I think they're going to sit up now.
I think they've actually taken some big scalps. I think they've every right to cruise.
They've put up a really good performance. As I said, it's quite an unusual way for the elimination to unfold, but it's been very entertaining.
Properly attacking. This has been great. Browser it is that pushes on right now. She is going to take this on behalf of Colnago. But honestly, most of the applause today deserves to go to BioRacer. They really animated that. They're going to make their own exchange right now. They can almost come at home together. To finish second to Browser and Casper is, well, they're only youngsters, 21 and 20 years of age. BioRacer, we salute you. Maya Tracker and Robinska. Brilliant.
Fantastic race from them.
Love it. Well, sometimes you've got to step into the spotlight, and that is precisely what they did. Every long journey starts with the first step, and they took a big one there. That was great.
Yeah, really entertaining to watch, and I wonder whether there was a little bit of a plan that they didn't go too hard in the first Madison chase, so that they've targeted this particular event and gone in with a strategy and executed it really well.
Super work. Guess what? Team number one are indeed right there after the men's team won as well with Kluger and Wiggins. So Colnago having some fun here. This is how it stacks up in the women's general classification. We have Poton and Escalara on 154 points. Gulik and Zubris have gone up a lap by busting in fact, they are just about to vault because of busting another 100 marker. Only 8 points away from that is Archibald and Lewis from getting themselves back onto the lead lap. They're on 192 at the moment, so some exchanges with some minor points. Well, the Wiggins family connection continues. Handing out the flowers here is Sir Brad's daughter.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there we are.
How does that feel? I mean, the smile says everything. Look at that.
Well, we have super fast bikes here, so it was easy to win.
Fantastic. Thank goodness for the bikes. How about you?
Well, I mean, after we missed one change in the beginning, I was like, fuck, that can be hard. But I think we made it up, and yeah, finally we won. Good.
You definitely made it up. A huge congratulations. Thank you so much. A massive round of applause.
Yeah, team elimination. So you've got men's sprint.
Sprint finals next.
Do you want me for the sprint and then
Yeah, join me for the sprint.
but I'll make it up.
May as well.
Just have to come up. I haven't been up in 2 days. I thought, oh, I've got a minute.
Good to see you. Good to see you. When is Kimberly going?
After she finishes the Madison,
Okay.
which is the last race for the women,
Okay.
I'll send her up.
All right. Brilliant.
Yeah, her family's absolutely delighted. Thank you.
Oh, that's
I love it. She's like, I want to meet him. Send her up.
brilliant. Danny Napolitano, it is then that takes on this. We are sprint finals for you right now. And so it is time to get ourselves off and underway. This is the bottom pairing of our sprinters. Danny Napolitano of Italy, just 22 years of age. The Napolitano family. Yes, indeed. It's a familiar name to us. Let's put it that way, isn't it?
It's one that you hear about a little bit.
It is, and it's not just the strawberry chocolate and vanilla ice cream combo at all.
I don't know about that.
Let's get back to it. Yeah, apologies.
Athlete diet and all that.
Yeah, Jan Borishek, it is. We've got ourselves a track stand, which almost, anyway, a near track stand. How long do they allow them to stand these days? Is it a minute by the time the commissaire gets them?
I think it's about 30 seconds allowed, but as an endurance rider, I'm not really up on the track stand knowledge.
Got to say that back in the olden days, I think the record was about 18 minutes.
Evan goes away, gets a fresh beater, and then comes back.
These days, if you ignore the referee's request to go, they whistle you and you start again. So it's not in your interest to empty yourself, but there you go, by just holding the track stand. This is nice and lively right now. Poroshenko just stalking his man, but Napolitano it is that gets the drive here. He's holding this nicely, but watch Poroshek. He's only 19 years of age. He's a massive star in Czechia already, and you can understand why. So above his years, he generates an awful lot of power. He's going to take this one round the outside. Does so brilliantly. That was a bit of class, I've got to say. Poroshek getting the better of Napolitano. I think we'll be seeing a lot more of him as he grows and develops. Only 19. He's a team sprint junior at the Track Worlds, did an amazing job, and of course he is the replacement for Rob Fosterman. Well, would have loved to have seen. Always loved to see the Quadzilla in action, but he's
quite a legend in the 6-day circuit.
Honestly, his thighs are about as big as my waist, and that's big.
not quite that level.
Oh, thank you very much. He's got some work to do. Or maybe I have. I don't know.
Leave that one open for interpretation.
Here is Harry Lennington Hall. Next up, who took silver at the team sprint at the Worlds. He's up against Genway Tang, who has got massive ambitions for, indeed, the Los Angeles Olympics. We'll see how he gets there for the United States. 24, already throwing his mind down the road, as you will. In 3 years' time, he'll be 27. He'll be just about absolutely where he needs to be. 4 times the national sprint champion is the American. He is trailing here, so he's the following athlete as you look at it. Harry Lennington Hall is wearing the red split kit, chopping the Union Jack in half. You'll know all about this. Stella McCartney was first to do it for the Brit team kit of 2012. We've hung on to the design.
Yeah, it's funny how it was quite a kind of revolutionary design when she did it, and it's kind of been, I was going to say, we've stuck with it quite a lot.
It's been the template that they've just held on
has.
to, and I absolutely love it. It's a great way to use the flag.
I think it's really nice. It mixes it up. It makes it quite interesting.
Yeah, it does. It almost looks like an explosion. Right now, let's see how this is dealt with. Tang is not to be underestimated. Let's see what Harry can do about it. Tang's got the draft here. He's into the tunnel. Harry Lennington Hall, though, just stands up, paws on the power. Can we get the slingshot here for the American? Is he going to get back up on terms? Doesn't quite get there this time by. Harry Lennington Hall has the bragging rights here, but that was nice. Good to see the exchange between the pair of them as well.
Yeah, it was a good race, but Harry, because he does quite a lot of team sprint stuff, he's very good when he gets out the saddle on the back straight, and I think a lot of the sprinters like to try and get a slingshot, but when the opponent gets out the saddle like that, it is quite hard to really slingshot off it.
What is the minimum size these days for the printed bars? It's extremely narrow.
Usually I keep changing the rules.
They do. They do.
Mine are very, very narrow, but yeah, there was a kind of bit of a debate within the UCI about changing the rules, which personally, for as a female rider, we've got much narrower shoulders. So as much as they are narrow, if you look at in line with our shoulders, they're not that bad. But then comparison to where they used to be,
yeah, they were
not so many years ago.
They were almost non-existent, wasn't it? Yeah. Grabbing hold of the seat posts almost, but the stem. But let us see indeed how they go with this one. It's the big pairing. Matt Richardson got beaten by Pete Mitchell yesterday. But ever since then, he's been reinstating his strategy. I think he just got the jump, did Pete.
I think Matt was possibly a little bit complacent, and Pete is so experienced. You never underestimate, you never give him an inch. And I think, Matt realised that yesterday. Yeah,
he did. Matt has got his own way of celebrating. He actually shows what size fish was the last one he just caught at the line. We're going to see if it's a big one. Let's wait and see. Right now we're pacing up. The bell has rung. We're into our final lap. Now then, what can Pete Mitchell do? Veteran status for him. Almost surprisingly won the Nationals, but cutting underneath, and that was a real bit of shilly-shally. Gets the drive right now, and this is a country mile stuff right now. Matt Richardson, here he goes.
That
absolutely
was quite
phenomenal.
A cheeky move, but fair play.
That was just a blast away, wasn't it?
Yeah, he saw that. I think Pete wanted to keep him high, and he can open the door, and Matt had enough space just to nip underneath and just full gas after that.
He hit it out the park. Well,
He enjoyed that one.
From fishing to baseball, he's got it all.
All the sports.
Yeah, exactly. This man's been all over the planet as well. Born in Madison, of course, before he went down under.
Yeah. A relatively local lad.
Yes, exactly. Not that far away, I guess. I guess you could say he's come home. There we are. Well, thanks to Nia Evans. We've got a Derny race coming in. Chomping at the bit, of course, is Michel Vartan. Maybe see you later, Nia. Lovely. So here it is, the rumble of the Dernies, the two-stroke oil burning and indeed perfuming our nostrils, and it is time to instill a certain sense of drama, which is always brought to us by this magnificent sport. Love Derny racing. I've loved having you here as well, Michel. This velodrome, I mean, you've been here quite a few times now. It almost feels like home.
Yes, it does. It does. I rode here quite a few times with big stars, with Bradley Wiggins,
Yes.
Mark Cavendish, Inyo Kaisha, I think. Yeah.
Fantastic. Matt Richardson leads the sprint points for the men on 155. Looks moderately uncatchable. Pete Mitchell is nearest to him. Harry Lenningham-Horn. So the Brits 1, 2 and 3. Rest of the world 4, 5 and 6 with Tang, Poroshenko and Napolitano. We'll have some international sprinting a little bit later on. But right now, it's about the rumble. We're not in the jungle. We're in the Lee Valley Velodrome at the Lee Valley Velo Park. Need to get yourself down here and enjoy. Right now we have our third Derny race. 40 laps to be contended with, and indeed we will have the pairings up for you in just a few moments time, but one man who knows, because he's got a piece of paper in front of him.
I'm one step ahead.
Good lad. So then, come on then, who's with who for this one?
Well, we have Hobbs with riding with shoes.
Mm-hmm.
We have Havik riding with Zeilert. We have Titball with Von Hoff. Then we have Bostock with Bakker. And Alvaro with Cassidy. Jackson with Strassman. Van Schaik with Powerline. Longstaff with Holland.
There you go. Hope you wrote that down. So it is time then for them to get into draw order and indeed meet the Dernies. Just explain how difficult it is for everyone to pair up at moments like this. I know we've got a great deal of experience here, but for the riders to find their Dernyman, occasionally I'm always surprised that they just all slot in and how unbelievably effective they actually pair up.
Well, they have to, because if they're riding too far behind the Derny, they have a disadvantage. They take a lot of wind and they don't have draft like it should be. So the important thing is to stay as close to the defender from the Derny.
So and indeed latch on as soon as you can. Gun's gone, so they'll take another lap before they get up to speed and indeed find their pairings. The Derny's indeed just slowing down right now. So indeed we are just about where we need to be. Some having a bit more stress to get onto the fender than others. Unlike stayer racing, we don't have a roller at the back here. Did we ever have a roller on the Derny's for Derny racing?
No, that's
just
only
for
for
stayer
the big
racing.
motors. Yeah.
The big motors and stayer racing with the flat twin BMWs usually. So we'll still have some, I was going to say still have some assembly, but the laps are already counting down and we are busy. Havik seems to be an amazing pairing with Ron Zeilard. That seems to be two superstars that are going to work together here. What do you reckon? Are they favourites?
They're one of the favorites, yeah. We have also Bakker with Bostock. We have also Havik with Zeilard, of course. And then we have Hobbs with Schufs. I think those are the main guys to keep an eye on.
Hobbs is with Schufs. Bostock is with Strassman. Titball is with Van Hoff. I've got the pairings here for us. So Mr. Pencilline has has clearly made a he's going to get the eraser out, but right now anyway we have our pairings writ large. So yeah, Hobbs is with Schufs. You're absolutely right. Zylard is with Havoc. That has got to be an eye draw here as the photography goes on.
Yeah, but don't underestimate Herman Bakker with Jackson.
Yeah,
you know?
very much so. Herman Bakker, back attack. We love seeing him go. George Jackson is his pairing. And right now we are sailing around and indeed fully invested in this one. Love it. So then, strap yourselves in. This is going to get lively. What about indeed Team 15 here, which is Frank Longstaff is with James Honda leader. That can indeed produce some surprises. You just never know. And in this game, honestly, Michelle, we do get surprises, don't we, sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes we do. Unexpected guys that are coming out of nowhere because the better ones are looking to each other, don't move and waiting too long. Then the other guys, they can take advantage of that.
Not waiting any longer is Havoc. He's tired of being one from the back. He wants to be on the nose right now. This could be a runaway if he gets himself up front and being guided up beautifully by Ron Zylard. Zylard's got to have trust that Havoc has got the legs to take it. It's been very busy so far in the Madison earlier on, but doesn't seem to be diminished in any way, and they take the point.
Yeah, they take the lead, and then Schufs is coming with Hobbs. So those guys are really alert and don't want to waste any position.
They don't. Frank Longstaff with James Honda leader at the moment is just dropped into second place, but for how much longer? That's the big question, and the big shakedown continues. Havoc now is on the nose with Ron Zylard guiding him absolutely beautifully, but there could be some exchanges in just a few moments' time. Let's wait and see. In fact, Team 2 and the Hobbs is starting to make some big inroads here. Noah Hobbs is on the march. Eric Schufs is there. Just above the blue line, can't drop in just for the time being. Real battle coming from Team 15 here with Longstaff in the yellow polka dots. Just about to cede another position after leading, and so the exchanges continue. And we've got a proper trio up front. This is amazing. Havoc it is that's leading at the moment. Team 6 with Victor Falutas is also there. In fact, I may have misguided you. Will Tidball is with Mario Van Hoff here as well. This is getting very busy.
Yes, it's getting it's clouding up again. So they all come together, and Van Hoff is making his move to the front. Let's see what happens, if he can make it or not, because it's still a long way to do.
It is an awful long way still to go here. Tidball with Mario Van Hoff doing a fantastic job, and in fact it's they as well that may well dictate how this one settles down. They're really starting to drive into it, calling for pace. Tidball's equal to it, and they are starting to scream down the back straight. They've got a little bit of separation. Other teams want to get involved here as well. Team 5, in fact, is now coming up and over the top with the white shoulders, just starting to mix in with the matters. It is Kapow Signs that are also very busy with Van Schalk and Peter Berline. Peter Berline always likes to race at the front. It's whether the rider can actually hang on to his fender. Peter Berline at the bottom with the yellow Derny. Meanwhile, just up above is indeed Will Tidball. Brilliant work by them, and Will Tidball has called for pace. He's happy to stay with it. He's got a great Dernyman with him, punching a big hole in the air, and away they go with separation.
Yep, but it won't last long. I think Eric is making his move to the front, so he's coming, and I'm wondering what Zylard is going to do.
Well, Zylard is never that far away from the action. He has, of course, got Yuri Havik. What about Eric Schufs and Noah Hobbs as well? Very much want to be part of the action. As he come across the line right now, it's Yuri Havik that gets the big pickup. He's asked for the drive. It's confident as well that Ron Zylard has got what it takes. He's in the white jersey, coming up on the blue line. Peter Berline is not that far away either, but they're running out of time, I guess you might say, for the ultimate sort-out. Normally with about 15 laps to go, this is where you get the drive, where the legs start to hurt. Riders occasionally get dispatched, but we've got a proper duo up front right now with some pickup still to be required from the purple team for Capau Symes here. Let's wait and see if indeed they can find something out of this one with Van Chant and Peter Berline. That's in wheel 3 at the moment, in a holding pattern, I think you might say. And almost now, Michel, evenly spaced. This is where it tells.
Yes. This is where it's all about. And now, I don't know, it looks like the speed is not really high. So I'm wondering if somebody makes a move to the front and even get away. But you see, there is he coming. It's Zylard that's coming.
Zylard it is, with Yuri Havik out front. It is Noah Hobbs at the moment, who's being guided beautifully by Eric Schofs. But high, wide and handsome on the blue line, just being taken up a little bit higher as well. That was almost a defensive move, being forced to go a little bit wider than, in fact, they possibly would have hoped. Schufs is still doing the driving right now, but this is getting extremely busy. Loving seeing this. What a battle we've got up front. It looks like it's between those two with 12 laps remaining. But all of a sudden, the 17 with Bostock and Strassmann coming to join the fun in the red jersey here, pushing on. Can they possibly bridge here, Michel?
Well, I think so. It looks like it. But they picked up the speed, and Eric Schufs made the tempo a little bit higher together with Zylard. And Bakker, it seems that Bakker is going to make the jump. And the other guys, they're just cruising around.
Well, this is a huge investment at the moment from Team 7. Matt Bostock is on full drive. He's determined to get back, but maybe he's going to run out of laps. It's doable, but you're going to have to do more work than the duo up front. The proper separation, it's definitely, we've got our podium for today. 8 laps remaining. I think the rest of the field possibly just a little bit tuckered out, but what a trio we've got up front, if indeed it becomes a trio, and it looks like that may happen. Are we going to lap the field here almost accidentally? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it's still 7 laps to go, so they still can make it and catch the field. And then the tactics will come above. So who is going to attack first? Who is waiting? Who will make his move? Who has the nerves?
Well, there's no doubt about it. The Yuri Havik here is being beautifully guided by Ron Zylard. Schufs is still very much engaged with Hobbs as it stands. Will Tidball just out of it now, but Will Perrett is doing a fantastic, Matt Bostock, I beg your pardon, at the back. And here they are, just about to lap the field, coming up and over the top, doing a spectacular job. 2, 4 and 7, teams 2, 4 and 7 it is that's working at the moment. Bostock still hasn't finished the duty. He's called for more pace. He's running in 3rd place at the moment, but they're having to go high and over the top to get around the field. Out of it now is Will Tidball. He's just been lapped. He's leading the rest of them, I've got to tell you. But here goes Yuri Havik with 2 laps remaining, called for pace, and indeed has got it absolutely brilliant. Noah Hobbs at the bottom of the track. Yuri Havik just up ahead. It's Havik being guided by Ron Zylard, and this is absolutely superb. Going to hear the bell this time by. It rings loud and proud, and this is a runaway, but what a drive we've got from Bostock, who gets back in, and he may well make a steal. Going as high as you possibly can. Can they get a drop in? It's going to be a photo at the line. It's between these two. Let's see who gets there. Oh, my life. Bostock takes it supremely there with Karsten Strassmann. What a drive.
That was a nice move from Bakker. So Bostock did a perfect job.
Excellent work.
Yeah, this was a nice race.
That was absolutely outstanding. Well, you know what? That's about timing. That's what it's about, Michel.
That's what it is. It's the timing, putting the right move, the right speed, the right line on the track. And the thing is, don't follow the stripes on the track because they're measuring the distance, but you have to cut off the lines and to take away the pressure of the legs from the rider. And that's the whole thing. It's a matter of feeling, timing, feeling of speed.
Super work.
Like
Well,
when we saw Eric making the move, then Eric went a little bit too much on the gas. He put his throttle too far open, and then his rider was a little off, and then he held back a little bit, and then Bakker saw that, and he could make his move.
what a move that was. Seen a bit of a switcheroo out there as well. Havik and Heinen now take the lead ahead of Kluge and Wiggins in the overall because they're back on the lead lap after lapping the field here. That was in this one. Superb. They're on 142 points, so they're on the lead lap. Kluge and Wiggins on the lead lap as well on 130 points, so 12 in arrears. Dornbos and Hopperschack also on the lead lap on 123. More points for Hesters and Wood with 126, but have to find a lap out there. This is getting fascinating. Well, let's get down trackside and hear the interviews.
With sweat, no surprise, but a smile to shine. How do you feel?
Oh, amazing. That was a perfect race. Had a great driver. He held me back a bit and then, yeah, just come round at the end, so couldn't be a better time.
Absolutely incredible. Now, of course, it's very important to get some light on the Derny driver. What's it like working with your friend Matt?
Yeah, that was really incredible. It's the first time that we ride together, but I didn't know he had really that he can really go hard, fast or hard, but so fast, I didn't know that. It was very good.
Very good indeed. Unbelievable. A big congratulations to you both.
Madison next, so do you want to head off and come back after the Kieran for the Derny race?
Well, we have now points race.
Right now it's the points race.
Or do we have?
Then we have the Kieran. The women's sprinters are in the Kieran. Then we got the men's Madison, which is a points race. And then we have the Derny. So there's three disciplines. So you can get yourself a coffee and come back to the Derny.
How long do I have?
Oh, I reckon you've probably got about 4 seconds.
Matt's having fun here. Just up and not at him now. Have you primed it?
Who was it?
Oh! That was huge. Is Emma going to have a go as well?
Incredible stuff there.
A lot of things. Tempura, shabu-shabu, yakitori.
Who enjoys their t-shirts? Let's find out. Show us your t-shirts. If you want one, we want to see. It's a London 3 t-shirt. They're also available to buy. Yeah, go get them. Go get them.
That's an experience. Oh, it was nuts. No outside contact with the outside world at all.
No?
No. The only contact was ship-to-shore radio to Fiji. That's all we had. a small island? 1.6 kilometres square. It's the maximum. 6,000 people.
Wasn't that hard?
Yeah, it lasted 14 months. But yeah, amazing. What an experience.
Yeah,
beautiful, beautiful place. But it was crazy.
Yeah, must be. Yeah. You will get crazy.
Yeah, I did. I must tell you the story at one point. Yeah, it was just madness. And it was like a broken smoke ring, so it was quite big. It was a big lagoon in the middle. It's top of the volcano, basically. And I had a little laser boat I used to sail to from my little bungalow to the radio station. I had to train them all up. Mail plane used to come on a Wednesday. Proper
In the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, totally. It's points race time, and the women are indeed on track for you right now. Half of the endurance teams are here, so those that have not been busy. Points race time then. Always one of those, one rider per team, 20 laps, 4 sprints. So this is really quite tightly compact. One sprint every 5 laps to be dealt with. So first of them coming up for you reasonably shortly, actually. So at 15, 10, 5, and indeed at the line itself. So double points at the line as part of this points race. So it's one of those that is going to be the points almost fall upon us. Let's put it that way. So it will circulate very, very quickly. This will be done before you know it. First of our sprints will be coming in about 3 laps' time. So the bellman is going to get cramp in his biceps, I think, because he's going to be ringing the bell very, very frequently. It's gone a bit cagey, this one, I've got to say. They've allowed the teams to make their selection, so it's not just the red numbers that are with us right now. And here comes the drive right now. Underway, and it is Brandwacht it is that takes the point for the Brooks cycling team at the moment. Just slotted in behind is Brookfield Properties. Pourtant it is that takes the bell right now, so it'll be at 15 with the 4 sprints to be dealt with. The first one is going to be next time by, and if you want to have something out of this, then you better start making a big noise, and that is precisely what we are seeing. Big old drive just happening at the top of the track. Good overtaking maneuver, and first points go to Team 9, Personal Bike Fit, and it's Karis Lloyd that takes the 5 points out of that one. So there we go. Team 9 doing a job. Also scoring there was Full Gas Cycling. Likewise, the Katie Archibald. Is it Katie indeed that is riding for team number 2? Looking for Sophie Lewis as well. Sophie is in fact active here. And they're still busy here, Brookfield Properties. They want a little bit more out of this one and start to kick on. We'll just get confirmation of those points for you in a short while. But here we go. Still we race on, waiting for, indeed, 10th spot at the moment. Team 9 took it, so Personal Bike Fit getting a job done here as well. Brookfield Properties were also in the frame. Team 14 also extremely busy, Full Gas Cycling. And, in fact, they are we would think, would be the strongest, but not a bit of it. Still the Bike Fit team here with Clarice Lloyd doing a fantastic job, and in fact they've got a little bit of separation. They're staying with this one. Also, Isabella Escalara is there in the green and almost half a lap on the field as it stands at the moment. So this could get a bit. This could almost get a bit sketchy. Here we go then. Next of our sprints right now. Throwing at the line, and good work by Isabella Escalara for Brookfield Properties. Takes that one, just throws the bike ahead of the Drop Brewing Project, which is ridden here by Robin Clay. They look like they're owning this one because it's not that long before we'll actually get to our next intermediate sprint. This is turning out to be a fascinating one because the day itself, there's a lot of fatigue already being shown here. You can't win everything when it comes to multi-day racing, whether that's 6-day racing or indeed the 3-day as well. So the trio are indeed off and up front, and at the moment, Escalara, Clay, Lloyd and Gloning taking it at the last one. And so 8 points now for Isabel Escalara. Clarice Lloyd on 7. Robin Clay on 3 points with 2 to Sharp and Isabel Sharp. And indeed Sophie Lewis with just the one with Gloning as well. But with the 3 up the road, they're going to have another intermediate sprint coming up in 2 laps' time. There is a chase, however, behind them. And there's a few here that actually have seen this developing in front of them and realising this might well be a runaway. There is the bell, and right now Robin Clay is after some points. She's pacing them all. Could be some capture out there, but they're leaving it a bit late if Romy Casper wants to get back on. It's not going to happen, so the next intermediate with the 5, 3, 2 and 1 points is just about to happen. And it is Team 3 that do it with Brookfield Properties just behind. So, yeah, nice work here by Robin Clay. Doing a job, just settles in. Only 5 laps to go until we get to the end of, indeed, this particular points race. Very short and sharp, I must say. And nice to see as well the youngster Robin Clay of Great Britain really investing in this one. Here comes Jenny Hall wanting the 10 points if she can get up here. She's trying to make the bridge at the moment. A lot of tired legs and maybe some minds as well after the second day of racing drawing to a close, but she's going to go up and over the top, I believe, Jenny Hall. Spears through them, and in fact she's going to try and help herself to the big points at the end of this one, and that is useful. In fact, there's 3 riders up ahead of her that I'm afraid are going to be lapped, and this is very, very good work by the Abus rider. She is charging through here, doing a fantastic job. Can she possibly get up to the 4? Let's wait and see. Team 3 doing a phenomenal job last time by, but let's have a look. See, Bell has gone, and it's falling upon Jenny Hall. She is clear of everybody, but is she going to have some company? And it looks like that's exactly the case. Izzy Sharp just bursts out, tries to get on her coattails. Intermediate sprint, they are all done. It's the final sprint that counts, and this is going to be a decent one as well. Izzy Sharp takes the big 10 points at the very end. Nice work. Robin Clay, in fact, detailed with the 5, 3, 2 and 1 last time by, but our final sprint has just been delivered, and Izzy Sharp it is that picks up the 10, the big ones at the end here. Nice work. Bib number 10, Escalara were on 11 points, but Izzy Sharp just making sure that the big points at the very last go her way, and that's what points racing is all about. They came thick and fast at the very last. There is the assembly of the points. Izzy Sharp is still to be declared. In fact, did she just unlap herself there? She actually held her finger up as if to say she had won it. I don't think that she had indeed. Maybe she was just unlapping herself. We shall wait and see. Escalara then taking the 11 points here, just waiting for Team 14's points to be amassed. I think that point scoring is wrong, and here we are. Finally, we get there. Izzy Sharp with the 12 points through that run. There was the 10 at the end with Robin Clay picking up also the 12. So a diamond dozen out at the top, but because Izzy Sharp actually crossed the line first, she indeed is declared the winner. If in a points race, whomever finishes first at the finish line gets the lion's share of the points, and that's what we have just witnessed. Next up, time to go Kieran Racing, and indeed time to welcome back Michelle Vartan as well to the commentary position. Michelle, you know your Kieran Racing. You spent a lot of time in Japan. You were in the stable.
I was in the stable. Yes, of course. I spent there 12 years doing Kieran Racing, and that was always a period of 3 months we stayed there. And we went from one track to another, and in each track it was 3-day racing. That means that we had to be there 1 day ahead to be separated from the audience. So we were locked in like prisoners.
Yeah, no mobile phones, no contact with the outside world.
No interfering with other sources. So yeah, it was nice.
The isolation was for a very good reason. It was basically to stop any kind of betting shenanigans. Let's listen to the infield announcer.
A rider to watch, super quick, unbelievable track record. How does it feel to finally get a win this weekend?
Yeah, it's been nice. We've been just short a few times now, me and Grace, so yeah, it's super nice. And when I finished, I didn't know I won, so it's even better.
You didn't have any idea. What a lovely surprise. And how about the home crowd? How's your London 3-day experience going?
Yeah, it's mega, and it's so nice having all the kids come up to you, and yeah, once upon a time that was me, so yeah, it's super nice to see.
So inspiring. Thank you so much. Very looking forward to your future. A very bright one ahead of you. Congratulations.
Time then for Keirin Racing, which is what we've been waiting for. We've been talking menus. You ate a lot of rice for a long time.
Yeah.
When you were trapped in your stable, isolated from the general public. It was mainly so there weren't any kind of outside influence in the Keirin Racing. But what a form of racing! It's been shared with the world, and you were there in the vanguard.
Yep.
Must have been a happy time for you.
It was a happy time because we made some good money. You must know also that the first and the third prize was half. I mean, when you make 100,000 in the first, then the third place was 50,000.
Gosh.
And then from fourth, fifth until ninth place, it was small differences. So it was not so big, but it encouraged the manner of winning. I mean,
really aggressive racing.
Yeah.
All or nothing, really.
It's all or nothing, exactly. And the Japanese are really aggressive as well. So they want to teach the foreigners a lesson, but they came out
quite right too. I love that. Well, when you have Keirin Racing, sometimes it can get a little bit busy, and that's what we're seeing right now. 8 riders are on the track. In fact, we're down to 6. We were just looking at our last points race result confirmation for you a few moments ago. Archibald and Lewis are leading overall. They just burst through, by the way, back onto the lead lap by breaking the 200 marker, just to let you know. As this one starts. So they are our race leaders, and indeed we are now about to get busy with the Keirin. Love a bit of this. Keirin Women's Sprint Competition is, so they are all on display right now. Emma Finucane, Sophie Capewell, Iona Muir. We have Miriam Vecce, Katriona Prosta, and indeed Sara Petakova. So, who is our journeyman leading the pace?
Well, it should be Zeilert again.
Ronnie,
he's on the move.
Getting ourselves up to pace. Do you know, I just thought it was safety reasons that they didn't allow the journey to go at whatever pace it was. But it was disadvantaging to anyone who was trailed off at the back. So it kind of makes sense. So you're happier with the more modest pace of the journeyman?
Yeah, it's okay. You know, the sprint will be longer.
Yes.
Like in the old days, the sprint distance was shorter, so they could make her move earlier. Now they're waiting a little bit longer.
Bit cage, yeah. Iona Muir comes up and over the top for a Cinnamon Cafe. She gets the drive right now. Team 3 really setting their stall out. Setting off in hot pursuit is Katriona Prosta. But I'm afraid it looks like this is a runaway. And from distance, sometimes going long can pay big dividends. It looks like it's going to happen. This is a steal, Michael.
Yeah, this is a real steal. I mean, this is the right tactic. And, yeah, it's a nice move.
Everybody been looking at each other. Emma Finucane trying to make amends here. Sophie Capewell also wants to get involved, but this is going to be the finish line, and Iona Muir is going to take it ahead of Emma Finucane and Sophie Capewell. That was an all-British affair. 1, 2, 3. A crowd pleaser, I'm sure here.
She was?
A British 1, 2, 3. A real crowd
that's
pleaser.
Nice. It's good for the crowd.
It is. They love it. Of all of the track venues, of course, we'll just park up the Lee Valley Velo Park, because we absolutely love it. Where was your favourite? Does Ghent still hold a big place in your heart?
It does, but my favorite track was actually Antwerp.
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was also a 250-meter track, wide, really wide.
Yeah, that's true.
That was a really nice track, but at the end she was demolished.
Yeah. Well, there you go. No longer with us, but yeah, I guess if you have diamonds in your legs, great place to do it is Antwerp.
Yep.
Did you ever win diamonds there? I believe there were prizes at some point.
Yeah, no, I never. No, the diamonds were for the tennis players.
Ah, is that what it is?
Yep.
I don't know. A bit of bitterness sneaking in there. Emma Finucane takes it out of Zoe Capewell and Miriam Vecchi. 170 points now overall is Emma Finucane. It was Iona Muir who took that one. Moves herself into fourth place. She's on 94 points, but Emma Finucane and Sophie Capewell are there in front of Miriam Vecchi. Didn't really feature in that one. Next up, we have the men's Madison points race. Again, only 20 laps. You're going to stay for us for this one. It's going to be brutal.
Yeah.
And then we'll have a Derny race in a few moments' time. But I think we're just going to have an interview down at the trackside.
This is your debut at the London 3-day. What a way to make a statement.
Yeah, I mean, it's been incredible. I just took my chance there in the Kieran and hoped the others would look at each other, and yeah, it just worked out.
Just like that, just pure luck, but you look like you worked very hard. How are you feeling?
Rough. My legs are pretty dead after that one. Yeah.
Congratulations, I won't take up too much more of your time. We're very proud of you on home turf. Congratulations.
Next up, let's have a bit of points racing, shall we? 20 laps. When your sprints come so thick and fast, Michelle, I mean, this is a difficult thing to control, to be honest. You can get some real reach outs for a bit of glory. And Ben Wiggins is on the track again here after taking the lead for a short while in the overall classification. But this one, a lot of points up for grabs. 4 sprints crammed into 20 laps. Are they crazy? I mean, you've got to be a bit crazy to enjoy this sport.
Yeah, well, it's don't make it too long. The shorter it is, the easier to understand.
Especially at our age.
Yeah, yeah, the youngsters, they understand it quite faster.
Exactly. So there you are. So plenty of BPMs for you to deal with. We have Ben Wiggins here. Henry Hobbs is on track as well. Hoppershak has made it. Heinen. We have Josh Charlton as well. Filutas, Will Perrott, Riley Pickerel, Augustine, who's very much in his pomp at the moment after winning the scratch race. We have Gilbank as well. Fisher, Hornblow. It's busy out there. Williman. Jules Hestes is making, possibly going to make a noise for himself at the moment. It's Filutas that actually pings off the front here for Team 6 with his famed green shoes, green socks. We've seen a little bit of that as well in the past. And it's going to be marked out straight away. Trouble is, if you go for a flyer and you are chased down, sometimes you can actually lose the drive. Josh Charlton is now at the head of the chase, just tucked in behind him is indeed Team 12 with Keegan Hornblow, who is taking on the chase. It's calm for now, but this ain't going to last. We're only 2 laps away from our first intermediate sprint.
Well, the thing is that they control the race because the race is so short. They won't let anybody really go. So every time it will come down to a sprint.
Fatigue will also play a part in a 6 by the time we get to Saturday. There's there's an awful lot of tired minds and legs. Take the bell here. Will Gilbank is running in second place. Big Flyer just being almost threatened here by Tom Ward, who wants to come up and over the top. In the blue polka dots, that's Riley Pickerel, team number 8. Looks like he's got a bit of drive. Let's have a look. And it is Will Gilbank that takes the 5 points here. Got a bit of separation as well. And in fact, they're alive to the drive here. And it's Riley Pickerel that pushes on, the Canadian, and he has separated himself from the gang. It's only another 3 laps before he'll hear the bell and indeed start to think about the next intermediate sprint. Will Gilbank, Keegan Hornbell, Riley Pickerel, Tom Ward. That's your 5, 3, 2, and 1. This is disappearing rather quickly, and Riley Pickerel has set his stall out for the next intermediate sprint. 13 laps, there'll be one at 10, but here comes the Flyers. Never too long before we get somebody who's brave enough to push on out of the pack, and that's precisely what you're seeing right now. And it is Noah Hobbs who has gone for this, and in fact he's going to come up onto the shoulder, take his leave all the way up around the outside. Loving watching this, actually. Loving seeing the determination. They've just taken the bell here. Another sprint coming up for you in very, very short order. Minor points only for those who are indeed tracing. The chase is being led by Ben Wiggins at the moment, but thank you very much. He'll have those points. And Noah Hobbs says, well, if nobody else wants them, I'll have them myself. Going to hang out there. And there's another sprint in 5 laps' time. Good exchange between the pair up the road. Riley Pickerel just gets in. And the chase is not coherent for the time being. And these two might have their fun here, Michel.
Yes, they do. The peloton let go. And it looks like nobody wants to really chase them down.
Well, for now, they are indeed hanging loose and free. It's Will Gilbank who has had a... That was results from the earlier sprint with Will Gilbank from the Brookfield Properties. But right now, we see fantastic work by Noah Hobbs to take it and confirmation of the results. Hobbs, Pickerel, Hornblow and Fisher. And we're nearly on to our next intermediate. This is, I mean, every 5 laps, it's a devil to keep a handle on. But right now, if you are up the road, then maybe you're going to have some fun. But the drive comes from the Scream team. In fact, Tom Ward really has fully invested. He's been doing most of the chasing here. But it looks like in mugging mood may well be a certain Mr. Hester's. Hasn't lit up just yet. There's a quartet who've gone off the front. And right now it's Red 5, Josh Charlton, who wants to make a noise, decides to just ease up ever so slightly. It's a quartet right there. And in fact, we've had our next intermediate. We'll have a look in a few moments' time. But Team 5 with Will Tidball also very much engaged here. They took the last sprint. Team 5 doing a fantastic job against the Diamond Dozen here of Keegan Hornblow as for Bio Racing, doing a superb job there. And we've got a flyer here, and it is Josh Charlton who's decided that he wants the Big 10 at the end of the day. And to be honest, he's got such capabilities, he might well get there, but setting off after him is Will Perrott from the Abus team. He's on the case right now, being chased down by Ben Wiggins, who would also like very much to be involved in a Big 10 draft at the end of the line. Currently, our leader is Hornblower from Team Bio Racer. Did a great job of this. Just tying up ever so slightly, I've got to say, is Josh Charlton. But he's got enough of a cushion here to make this one stick. It will be the big points coming up in a few moments' time. And Josh Charlton's going to get there. Drives the line, in fact, has enough time to think about how to celebrate. Coming home in second place is Will Perrott from Abus Cycling there. And we'll get an assembly of points for you in a short while. But my goodness, that was a busy race. Points race with 4 sprints in 20 laps. With this kind of talent, Michel, it's always going to be busy.
Always. It's like I said, it's really hard to gain a lap. So they try to pick up the points on their way, and that's what they did.
Super work. Well, super work when you can get it. It's been a busy old evening, this one. And in fact, we have now had our men's points race. Next up, it will be the women's Derny for you. Men's sprint coming almost immediately afterwards as well. It's men's sprint Kieran, so it gives us the golden opportunity to pick the brain of Michel Vartan, who stays with us, which is great. It's a busy old time of things. Tell me this, how many races a week did you do as a Kieran stableman?
One race a week. I mean, one race a day during 3 days. So actually, it's on one. We stayed on one place in 1 week.
Where were you based in Japan?
Suzenji.
Ah.
Suzenji is not so far away from Fuji.
So, Team 5 are indeed our winners. Did a great job, the Tread team, with Josh Charlton. In fact, we'll be hearing from him in a few moments' time.
Is having fun tonight, and we are picking out people to come and present the flowers.
All right, Josh, unbelievable performance there. And this year you celebrated getting one of your first ever world champs in the IP, the 7th man ever, and the first in British history since 2008. What an achievement. How's it to be you right now?
It's pretty good, isn't it? Yeah, no, it's a great event. I've never done it before, but yeah, no, having a great time.
Lovely stuff. And what's the camaraderie like in the track centre with all the riders?
Oh, it's brilliant. Everyone's having a bit of a giggle, getting stuck into some racing, and yeah, no, good vibes.
A nice way to end off the season?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
You've worked very hard, so congratulations to you. A big round of applause for Josh!
This is general classification. 3 teams are on the lead lap now. Havik and Heinen on 144 points on the lead lap. Trailing them by 8 points is Kluger and Wiggins at the moment. Dornbos and Hopperschack on 124 points, but on the lead lap they are 10 points in arrears of Tidball and Charlton now after that great performance. If they can find a lap, they will move into 3rd place and only 2 points behind Kluger and Wiggins. That's how it functions. It's a tight old game we play. We love that. Next up, of course, the Dernies getting themselves off and underway. You start a Derny by pushing it and jumping on board. Bump starting, we love that. There's no kickstart on a Derny.
There is one in Holland who has one.
Ah, lazy.
Yeah, but it's the old-fashioned way to pull the engine on.
Yeah, exactly. We call it jump start. Yeah, exactly. So basically, you have to push it like hell and then jump on board. Simple as that. The best way of starting. I mean, it's a design that lasted from the 1930s until now. It's almost like us.
The rule was written by the UCI at that time, so it should be a normal bike with standard wheels. With a motor that
it was like
helps you pushing.
It was like a Motorbicane motor at the beginning, I think. It used to drive the wheel.
Yeah, the Motorbicane was still a different one because that was a variomatic.
That's right.
And the problem was when you get into the draft from another guy, the motorcycle run away.
Yes,
and
that's right.
That was not easy.
Yeah, you couldn't moderate it, but the Derny is spectacular. The throttle is quite interesting, a little slide throttle as well.
Yeah, it's with a handle.
That's right.
And you can leave it on, so it won't change, because the riders hate it when you make a lot of speed changes, you know.
Yep. Don't want that variation. You just, you know, keep it sensible. And a Derny is a sensible thing. And as we say, we love the noise, we love the smell, we love the drama of it. If this was electric, it'd be running in silence. It wouldn't quite have that. We love a rumble round the velodrome, don't
Yeah,
we?
for sure. Because nowadays they use different benzene.
Yeah.
They use the Aspen,
Oh, yes.
synthetic benzene.
Yep.
So it doesn't smell that much, doesn't give the smoke. So it's not like in the old days where the velodrome was filled of smoke. You could barely see the other side of the velodrome. So
Well, the two-stroke oil as well used to get burnt off, didn't it? And
Yeah, well.
everyone used to come home.
with this benzene, this gasoline, then it's much better.
Burns nice and cleanly. Well, it is time, and it is a women's Derny race. We've got Katie Archibald. She's paired with Peter Berline. We have Megan Barker, who's with James Holland, leader. We have Colleen Gulick from Team 5 with Christian Dagnoni. We have Ron Zylard, who is driving Katie Ann Carlton. We have Herman Backer, who's going on the back attack with Marie Porton. We have Eric Schufs here as well, who is going to be busy with Eliza Rabanishka, I beg your pardon. And Carsten Strassmann has Lana Erbele. And we are racing already. And a big old reach out, I've got to say. Team 7 already busy with Ron Zylard, who's not hanging around. He's got Katie Ann Carlton, who he believes in. And right now they believe in themselves. They've got a margin of a couple of pairing lengths here. This is good. Who's your favourite for this one? I know you're going to say Katie Archibald. She's got Peter Berline. That's a good pairing.
Yeah, that's a good pairing, yeah. But I don't know, Carlton with Ron Zylard should be a good one. Maybe Gulick, but Dagnoni is not so experienced. So I don't know. I have no clue what's going to bring this race.
Let's wait and see. We've got a quartet just off the front. The chase is being invoked at the moment. We've got a little bit of separation down there. Some, excuse me, some surprises for you along the way. You always get that, and just hanging at the back is not always a bad thing. But this Derny race is 40 laps, so plenty of time to make amends, and absolutely no panic at the moment for those who perhaps find themselves a little bit further out of position than perhaps they would have hoped. And by that, of course, I'm talking about Katie Archibald, who's plumb last at the moment, but that's not going to last either.
No, I don't think so. But the thing is that it looks like Archibald has a smaller gear than the other ones. Or is that just my idea?
No, her cadence suggesting you might be right. She's really spinning it up at the moment.
So when they're going to speed up the pace, then she's going to be in trouble.
Almost like bee's wings. Let's wait and see. Let's see if the gearing is indeed going to hamper her. Maybe just this is an exercise bike moment.
Could be. But it shouldn't be.
No, it could be, but it shouldn't be. Let's see if the gearing defeats her. If you look at the cadence difference that's going on at the moment between Katie Ann Carlton, who is at the front, who is her revs, if you will, her reps, much slower than Katie Archibald, is going like bee's wings at the back here. Not quite sure why she set it at this, Michelle, but let's wait and see if it works.
Yeah, well, it can work, but that's not for sure. Normally it's a disadvantage.
Yeah, you would think so.
And then especially in that position, last position, she has to come all over the top.
I'm looking to see who looks the most comfortable, and I must say, in terms of cadence, to me, it appears to be Erbele, who is running with Carsten Strassmann in third place at the moment. She looks comfortably geared. And Katie is really, her legs are going like bee's wings at the moment.
That's right.
That can't have been a mistake.
That can be. Maybe they could put on a bigger sprocket.
Yeah.
So she's on a smaller gear.
But why would she have
mistake?
Why would she have selected that? Why would she have made that selection? She's hyper experienced.
Yeah, maybe they put on the wrong wheel or wrong sprocket.
Well, maybe we'll find out a little bit later. She certainly have to work it for the time being. Is holding station at the back. I mean, she's not got a mountain to climb, but with that gearing, she could probably take on a mountain. But
but that's not the
that's not the idea. Let's wait and see. It might be a disappointment to the fans here. We will wait. But at the moment, Katie Archibald is plumb last, and she looks to be burning an awful lot of energy with a hyper cadence here because of her gear selection. I don't know how much faster she'll be able to pedal. Let us wait and see.
We will see the difference when the speed will be pulled up.
Yep, exactly. At the moment, she's hanging at the back, out front. Team 7, which is Katie Ann Carlton with Ron Zylard, looks to be comfortable. And the noise from the Dernies filling the velodrome here. Not much conversation going on at modest volume, but Katie Archibald, is she now going to start making a move around the outside? Looked like she thought about taking some air here. Let's wait and see. She's paired with Peter Berline, long in experience. Quite an ungainly style that Peter Berline displays here, but it's very effective at taking the wind, and that's what his job is. Take the wind, protect the rider, and at the moment they're all locked together with 21 laps. We're just about to approach the halfway margin. Field entirely beautifully spaced here. The words that you had with the Dernyman to not try and win the race in the first half of the race seems to have paid off.
Yes, it's important that they stick together, so we have a peloton. For the crowd, it's also easier to understand. And 40 laps for the women, it's quite a lot on a high speed. So for them, it's better than to keep it together. And then finally, at the second part of the race, that will make the difference.
What are we running at the moment, pace-wise, kilometers per hour?
I think around 60.
Yeah, seems that way. You can get up to beyond 70 at the business end of the day. Katie's still not making a move, but it's starting to come right now, I believe. Just getting a little bit of overlap on Team 10, which is Marie Porton and Herman Bakker, as Katie starts to make a move. Just sailing the blue line right now, but she's working extremely hard. Look at the way those legs are going.
Yeah, they're going really
My
fast.
goodness, she is burning it up here. It's almost like she's on something of a treadmill, but she's making a very good account of herself right now. Happy with the cadence quite clearly. She comes from the back. She's now in third place. In a few moments' time, she will be in P3. And in fact, there's a little bit of defensive work there down below at the bottom of the track, and it's not worked out, I'm afraid. With Team 13, separation between Strassman and Erbela. He's got to re-find her. Meanwhile, Katie comes up and over the top. The cadence may look a little bit strenuous, but she's quite happy to hold that position. And with 14 laps to go, she is almost overrunning here the Derny, and she's basically saying, "Look, give me more power. Let's get out of here." That was a fantastic move. That was her showing what she's got in the tank.
Yeah, exactly. And Bauerlein, he didn't expect her at that moment. He was putting the throttle a little too fast down.
Well, there you are. He's opened up the tap, said, "If you want more pace, I can give it to you." Katie says, "Yeah, that's exactly what I want. I don't want to be hanging around here." So she showed herself to her Dernyman, came up, almost overtook him. And now, indeed, she's got the drive that she wants. 11 laps to go. And indeed, with the cadence that she's putting in here, the gearing, it's exceptional. Right now, as we said, you could probably go up a mountain, quite frankly. It's leaving everyone else with a mountain to climb, and Katie has sprung away, and everyone else has sprung a leak. Are they sinking? Who has got something to offer up here? Right now, it is Rubanishka that calls for the drive. Katie out front, going from last to point with 9 laps remaining, 8 this time by. It's clicking down to her advantage. This is absolutely brilliant work by her. In fact, the lap count did not adjust. It just has done right now, by the way. And indeed, we'll go down to 7 laps remaining right now. Super work by her. So the display will be displayed to them 7 laps remaining in a few moments' time. But Katie Archibald has made a big statement here, a bold statement, I think you might say. A long way to go here, Michelle, but she is dominating proceedings. And in fact, it's just about to lap one of those who are struggling with the pace in a short while. Yeah, this is almost a common feature, I think. Team 13 are about to be lapped. So it'll be Erbela and Strassman, who got a bit of separation earlier on. Katie almost got separation from her own Derny by just leading him. Right now she's leading everyone a merry dance. What a power performance.
Yes, really.
Big drive down the back straight into 3 out of 4, and she's still owning this. 4 laps to go. Crowd absolutely loving it. It's a question of who can catch her here, Michelle.
This is over. I mean, Katie is coming home with half a lap in front.
Absolutely remarkable. What a performance. And look at who she is about to tag on to next. Finding Team 7 out there. This is Katie Ann Carlton, who was very busy at the top of this race. And Katie Archibald is going to lap her by the looks of things. She's into that aero pocket right now. And Katie Archibald has, well, beguiled us all. The cadence that she is driving into this, obviously comfortable with it, Michelle.
Yeah, it's incredible that she can turn the legs so fast.
Well, she's absolutely owning it, and she's going to find half the field, I think. Well, certainly 2 teams have passed her by, and right now the bell has already rung upon her, and she takes the victory here in handsome style.
It's a nice run.
That was a very good, emphatic win, wasn't it?
Yep.
Well, you're going to have a word with the Dernyman, Peter Berline. Katie Archibald nearly overtook you, mate.
At one point, she did.
Absolutely supreme performance. Katie Archibald, in partnership with Peter Berline. Peter just didn't expect the power there.
No, that means also that you not always need to push the big gears. You can also win with a smaller gear, because when you have a good RPM feeling on your legs, you can also win. And Katie proved that now today.
Absolutely amazing. What a great drive that was. Super work. Katie Archibald getting a job done. Kind of, to my mind anyway, I kind of half thought that she was labouring just a little bit, but oh ye of little faith. She may well have had an extraordinarily high cadence there, but it worked for her, Michelle.
Really high cadence. And it worked.
Yeah.
And that's the main thing.
That's all that's got to happen.
Yep.
Brilliant. We're going to get the flowers, maybe have a chat. I'm not quite sure how many words Katie can offer up here, because that will have been an effort. We'll hear from her in a moment, just gathering herself. Here we go.
A big woo indeed. That was the biggest breath of fresh air just let out as a sigh. Katie Archibald, can we please take a moment to recognise what an unbelievable athlete you are? So incredibly inspiring. I mean, what a career. It's so great to have you on home turf. Do you feel pretty special right now?
I feel really happy. I have a history with Peter. It's not always been the best history. So I feel just really proud to follow through on a great bike.
Love that. Now, Peter, would you like to comment on what Katie has just said?
I always wanted to race with Katie again, and last year it unfortunately did not happen, and so I was so proud that we win, and it's really a pleasure for me. Thank you, Katie.
Oh, that's so beautiful. Now, for those that don't know, what is that connection and energy like that the two of you share together when you're zooming around?
The gamble you have to take is all of my trust is the tactics come from the Derny. The tactics come from the Derny driver. Everything I'm thinking is just follow and trust, which I find hard. But it's not the time to bring up daddy issues, but I find it hard. But sometimes, you know, you stick to it and it pays off.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very powerful. And I guess there's only one way to really train for this particular discipline, and that is just to get out together and do it.
Yeah, the tactic we use suits me. I've not got a good sustained sort of threshold power, but when we just really hit it in the final end, it was all about stay calm, and then use the engine I have for that 3 minutes. And thank goodness, it worked.
100%, it definitely was. It was incredible to see you go around. At one point I was like, how are you sustaining this level of advanced speed ahead of of everybody else. Are you aware that you're so ahead of the other riders?
No, I guess that's the trust. I have no idea. I guess I come up afterwards and find out how much pain Peter signed us up for.
Peter, you're in trouble there, mate.
I didn't understand.
That's okay. That's fine. All I can hear is your wonderful Derny anyway. Let's please give Peter and Katie a wonderful round of applause and recognise their huge achievements.
Well, quite frankly, Peter Belain is now wondering. That was great to see. Next up, we have, we're going Keirin Racing. It's the men's sprinters, and it'll be our, thankfully, we have Michel Wartner staying with us for this one. 6 laps for the men's sprinters. Matt Richardson is starting to bully the field here. He's beginning potentially to look like a class apart. But Keirin Racing, it has that extra incentive, that extra little bite, that quite frankly, it is no respecter of reputations. On occasion, you get surprise results, and there's no reason to suspect we won't have one now.
Well, it's always unexpected, but in this case with those riders, then our friend
well, we have Matt Richardson.
Yeah, Matt.
Yeah,
he's
amazing.
outstanding.
Oh, he is.
I think he's a class better than all the other ones.
Yeah, it looks that way. He was the man that took it to Harry Levrazen himself, of course, in the sprint finals. Got himself as silver, of course, in the team sprint as well. But world record holder at the 200 meters. Let's not forget as well.
Yeah, that's really extraordinary.
Yep, it certainly is. So there he is, plumb at the back at the moment on the draw. Danny Napolitano is just next to him. Then in the middle of the stock here is Genoway Tang, the American. As we move further forward, team at number 4 in the white jersey here is Jan Porishek. In front of him is the black Union Jack half here of Pete Mitchell. The veteran who really knows how to race. He's running second at the moment in this competition. Harry Lenningham-Horn, who is 3rd overall just for now, is closest to our Derny. And our Dernyman is... Who is our Dernyman for this one?
Seilert.
Well, Ron Seilert.
Like always.
Ronnie in the on the Platinum Derny.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to call it. Some might call it tin, but no.
But this time he has the blue one.
Oh, and we got a breakaway. This is a big attempt to try and mug the field, and Harry Lenningham-Hall has shot off here. Trying to moderate him is Pete Mitchell, just tucked in here. Jan Porishek as well, getting busy. No panic yet from Matt Richardson. They're going to wait. He's going to wait potentially for him to hang out to dry. And here comes Matt Richardson powering up around the outside. This is unbelievable. What a drive he's got. Has Harry Lenningham managed to unpick the lock? Absolutely not. And Matt Richardson just spins away here. 4 bike lengths, 5 bike lengths, 6 bike lengths. What a drive this is. He makes it count. He wanted to make a statement, and that was a huge one.
Yes, yes.
No messing around. No gifts in this game. And Matt Richardson just shows his class.
Yeah, top class.
He's wound in a big one. He's just captured the whole field. He is just, it seems, a class apart. Oh, my goodness. Olympic silver
like
in...
from another world.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah, I think Harry Levrazen's probably watching this thinking, I should have come to London. Oh, great fun. Well, we may well hear from him. Matt Richardson takes it, and he's leading overall now on 175 points. Peter Mitchell nearest to him on 131. Harry Lenningham-Horn, who tried to mug the field there, didn't get away with it on 109. Genoway Tang, the American, on 86, 6 clear of Jan Porishek, and indeed Danny Napolitano is on 58 points. That's how it stacks up overall for the sprinters. Well, our thanks to Michelle Vartan. Michelle, great to have your company. We're going to see you again tomorrow?
Yeah, sure.
Brilliant.
Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure, my friend. We'll have more chats about the amount of tempura you could possibly eat when you're in when you're in the Kirin stables. Vegetable tempura or meat tempura? Which one would you go for?
Which temple?
Vegetable tempura.
The vegetable, it's tempura, yeah. It's fried
it's lovely,
vegetables.
A little bit of rice.
Then you have the shabu shabu.
Oh.
That's when you have the egg and you have the meat and you go like a wave.
I know exactly what you're talking. I'm getting hungry now. Stop.
And then you have the sashimi, this is the raw fish.
It's getting worse.
And then you have the sushi.
What about a salmon skin roll?
Salmon skin roll?
Ever had that? You missed out.
Yeah.
They're interviewing.
On another island.
This weekend, and absolutely pleasing the crowd like there's no stopping you. How good does that feel?
Yeah, really good. I've been trying to switch up the celebration every time, think of something a little bit different. So I hope people appreciate what I'm doing out there, trying to entertain everybody.
Can we just see them again? Go through them.
With this one. And then what I do, I did out the park, and then I did reel them back in.
Love that. Do we all love that, everybody? Yeah, we do. Showstopper. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Chosen Moritz out of the parade to speak to because you claimed your first ever rainbow jersey in Santiago. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels very incredible because it was also my first ever world champion race, so I have a very good stroke now. I hope I can stick to this. It's very nice to wear the jersey.
Absolutely, and now thank you for being here also in Britain for us, joining us for London 3-Day. How are you enjoying your experience?
Till now I joined it very well. The racing are a bit fast, so I'm struggling a bit, but only can we go up.
Absolutely, well thank you so much. Congratulations. A huge round of applause for Moritz and all of our rainbow jerseys.
Wow, his first ever world.
time then for the men's endurance team elimination. A difficult one. We have 3 assembly laps, and then of course we start exchanging. So it's essentially a Madison team elimination. Don't forget the race is at the back, so whichever team indeed finishes last after each of the intermediate bells will indeed be trimmed off the back. It used to be called the Devil Take the Hindmost, or just for short, the Devil. And then everybody's just thinking, what does this mean? The Devil. Well, we decided to call it the elimination race. And in fact, it has is a standalone event at the World Championships. It features, of course, at the Olympics as part of the Omnium. It's the penultimate, indeed, event within that. But right now, we are circulating, and this is going to be a significant one. Men's Madison Team Eliminator. And, of course, we will have elimination sprints after the bell each time. They're still assembling. We're just waiting to fire off the gun. And there it is. Another pigeon in the rafters meets its maker. And indeed, we're off and underway. Full teams, of course, on track right now, so extraordinarily busy. 16 teams, so 32 riders. That's the extent of my rudimentary mathematics on the track at the moment. But of course, it does start to thin down. But added to the fact that this is very much a compact form of racing, because it is the back of the pack. After the bell rings, we're going to hear the first bell ring in a few moments' time, and that means that next time by, all of a sudden, somebody at the back, whoever finishes last, will be trimmed off the back, and it's not a comfortable place to be. At the moment, it's Team 11, Sam Fisher, just trying to make the escape. Somebody trapped at the bottom. It's Fisher, indeed, in the orange jersey. Has he got enough pace to get up here and deny somebody else? No, and it's Team 11 that indeed are trimmed off. They first to go. Who's going to be next up? That's the big question. Nice little exchange here from Avias Consulting with Filutas and Winkler doing a job at the back. But right now, a little bit of calm, but not for long. Enough space to allow those who have been called out to leave the track. And right now the bell goes, so next time by it's going to be somebody else. And playing with fire just at the moment down at the bottom of the track, Team 10 look to be in trouble. Now, are they going to get locked in? If they decide to drop down, there's no space to play with here. Team Green in trouble, and it's going to be at the line. Who's going to lose out? Ooh, you know what? It is they. I thought they were going to get up, but Brookfield Properties, it looks like, have gone, waiting for confirmation. Team 10, indeed, it is that go. So Team 10 eliminated. So Navas and Gilbank are going to go and get themselves some rest. I think it's possibly by design for some of the teams, to be honest, but hard to marshal. And it gets more and more focused the deeper we get into this. Playing with fire, a Skyream or Skareem or Scream. Who knows? S-K-R-E-A-M. Who knows? They say the scream rises to the top. Well, let's wait and see. They're plumb at the back at the moment in the yellow polka dots on the black jersey. They're going to get up, though, and the team that is in trouble right now is Team 9 by the looks of things, down at the bottom. But, oh, Team 6 misjudged it completely, and Avias Consulting indeed out. So Filutas and Winkler have gone. The Fonz is heading back to the track centre. Or something like that. You've got the idea. Right now, though, Scream, surely, are doing a bit too much work. They're burning themselves out. Cinnamon Cafe, determined not to be dropped by them. But it's a whole sequence of continuous investment here. Bell's just gone. Next time by, we're going to lose somebody. And yet again, I think they're going to save themselves, the Scream team. Have they left it too late? They're functioning at the bottom. They're making the exchange. And it is, don't bother with the exchange. We're done for. And they are. Ward and Longstaff, keeping it sensible, maybe coming out to do battle a little bit later on for the final Madison, which will be later on the 12-minute chase of 60 laps, which will draw proceedings to a close. Our second session on what's been a busy day here at the Lee Valley Velopark. Still they charge on, and it is Cinnamon Cafe, team number 8 at the back for now. But the team in trouble are team 12, Bio Racer. They're trapped at the bottom. They don't want to stay there, and in fact don't want to be locked in. And all of a sudden, coming into the fray is SD Displays. They are at the bottom with the orange polka dots. Can everyone else get up in time? And the answer is going to be no. And team, I don't know. It's either team 13 or team 1. Team 13, Van Schalk and Willemsen going. But I tell you what, Kluger and Wiggins, they really got away with that. Nearly got their, I was going to say fingers burnt, but it's your back wheel. So your backside burnt, I guess you might say. The pickup is for Cinnamon Cake with Pickerel and Vitcher at the back. They are now in bother. Want to get themselves with a bit of an escape. But they're going to go round this exchange and indeed find themselves with the bell ringing upon them. Haven't had a dispatch just yet, but it is going to be this time by. Waiting to see who's been called, who is going to get called out of it. Here we are. Who's at the back? And indeed, have I misguided myself here? Wait and see. Team 12 by the looks of things, and it is Hornblow and Jackson. And so we drive on. Bell will be next time by as Team 12 just take the exit. There we go then. And it's still busy, and it's all about the polka dots just now. The bell doth ring, but for whom does it toll? That's the big question. It looks like Team 8. Are they on pin-pulling mode? Let's wait and see. They've got to work very, very hard if they're going to put SD Displays out of the back door, and it looks like Team 8 are the ones that are going to walk unless they really fancy it. Let's have a look. Team 8, go. Pickerel and Witcher. No more casting of spells for them. They are done and dusted. Let's have a look. Still on the bubble at the moment. SD Displays look like they're putting in too much work just to keep up at the moment in the orange polka dots on the black background. So they sail in. Nice exchange here by Roger Kluger, handing in Ben Wiggins, who goes for it. He's driving this one, but is he driving at home? Let's wait and see. We haven't really mentioned them. They've been keeping their powder dry. Likewise, Yuri Havoc and Phil Heinen, Team 4. They really are. They're in P3 at the moment, and they are really working rather nicely. Also, Team 2 with Noah and Henry Hobbs doing a job. And it's Team 9, Shujalarski and Augustine, who get the call. They are gone. And a lot more space on the track at the moment. Still a lot of work by SD Displays. They're making sure we talk about them. I'll give them that. Roger Kluger has just been thrown in here by Ben Wiggins. Team 7, Abus with Will Parrott and Matt Bostock. Just in danger here as well. It's next time by. Can the SD Displays save themselves one more time? Here's an exchange just going on in front of them. Fresh legs to deny them. And indeed, SD Displays are indeed out. Team 16, Efting Bloom, and 12s has gone. Callum 12s. His mum did our hotel bookings earlier on. I think I may have mentioned it already. But thank you very much, Mrs. 12s. Well, this right now, we are down to 7 teams at 6s and 7s. It's not a 6, it's a 3, but anyway, and it's Team 3 at the front. But who is going to get trimmed off the back? That's the big question. And there's some danger here because we've got some good riders right now with still a lot of power and strength. And up and over the top. My goodness, it's going to be a close. Oh, Team 2. Hobbs and Noah and Henry have gone. Double Hobbs. Hobbled. They're out. Right. Time to deliver for Abus with Parrott and Bostock. Still with some work to do. The exchange is from Ben Wiggins to Roger Kluger. surely he's not going to make a mistake and get mugged at the very last here. But Kluger, bottom of the track. Here's the exchange for Abus just behind him. Roger wise to it. He's going to pour on a little bit of power here and make himself safe. But tell you who's in danger here is Drop Project Brewing, the European champions. They are locked at the bottom. Any way out for them? Make an exchange, but it's a late one. And the European champs go. Team 3 are out. Dawn Boss and Hoppershack. That's something of a surprise. Maybe they'll take the points and indeed save some energies for the big chase at the end. And I think that's possibly the case. So watch the European champions when we get to the end today. Havoc is busy for Team 4 here. Yuri Havoc and Phil Heinen been doing a lot of driving, need to clear the track and does so just in time. Team 4 looking nice and tidy. Abus at the back looking possibly a little bit laboured. We haven't really mentioned Full Gas Cycling with Jules Hessers and Ollie Wood. Nearly Ollie Wood trapped down on the bottom of the track. Has he got the drive here to make it count? Oh, Ollie Wood's gone. Team 14, Jules Hessers and Ollie Wood just locked in prison there, and they didn't like that at all. That was not part of the battle plan. But they will get not an early bath, but maybe just a hand-washing exercise. Let's wait and see. Certainly hand-wringing, that's for sure, after that moment. Meanwhile, out front, it is Roger Kluger who heads it, just tucked in behind him, Red 4. Sounds like a World War I fighter race, doesn't it? Red 4. Time to deliver. And Phil Heinen is that holds that position. He's going to throw in Havoc, who's coming down right now. This is for his exchange. This is going to get in the way, perhaps, of the Tread team right now, but it's still Team 1, Kluger, that comes across the line. Meanwhile, at the back, it's Abus. Goodbye for Perrett and Bostock. 3 teams remain then, as we continue to drive it in. And Josh Charlton and Will Tidball getting busy. It's Tidball that's on at the moment, on duty, I should say. 3 teams, it's almost a 3-up sprint, and Yuri Havoc, almost playing with them, drops down on the inside. He's often happy to lead out, and he'll suddenly big ejection of pace, but it comes from elsewhere. A different quarter entirely, and it is Ben Wiggins that lights this up. He's heading off into the blue yonder. Around the top of him comes Will Tidball. That is Yuri Havoc as well, who was paired with Ben Wiggins last time by. Havoc on his side here, but it's Ben Wiggins who's going to get the exit here, and it is. Kluger and Wiggins, team number 1, Colnago, are trimmed off right now, so leaving team 5 with Tidball and Charlton doing a job. And, of course, guess what? Team number 4 with Havoc and Heinen at the moment, and they come up alongside each other. Look at this, 2-up sprint. Oh, a little bit of shoulderage here, a little bit of frisson. Not quite sure what's gone down here, or indeed whether they're just playing a game here. But the game is over by the looks of things. That was a nice little cheeky move. Jinx down on the inside. Josh Charlton, is he going to make the break here? In fact, is he going to be allowed to? Phil Hines on his case, but it looks like he has stolen the deal here. This is fantastic. Yuri Havoc will get thrown in right now, but it's all too late, I'm afraid. They're going to sail round, no exchanges. Team 5 do the job. That was superb, I've got to say. Josh Charlton crossing the line first here, and it means that the trim off was indeed Phil Heinen, and Team 4 was the last trim. There can only be 1 winners, and it was a fine, fine effort, I've got to say, by Tidball and Charlton, Team 5, the Tread team. Havoc and Heinen now are our leaders overall. There's 4 on the lead lap with Kluger and Wiggins, Dornbos and Hoppershack, and the Hobbses. That is your top quartet with Havoc and Heinen on 169 points. 164 points are Tidball and Charlton. They're a lap down, but that can be found. But, of course, there is a Madison chase still to come, and they've got to find that lap tomorrow. Who's getting close to the next 100 marker where you'll gain a lap? Well, none of those just for the time being, but some big points are still out on the track waiting to be picked up. We're going to get our winner as acclamation. They'll get some flowers, and indeed we're going to have a chat in a few moments' time. Next up, it will be the Women's Madison 50 Laps of Brilliance. Let's get the job done.
We have Imogen at the age of 12 who's going to present to you your bouquets. Massive round of applause for this electric duo. Really quick, guys. Pretty phenomenal that, wasn't it? Did you enjoy it? We did.
Yeah, I got a good time with fun, wasn't it? So yeah, enjoyed that.
What was the best part for you?
Oh, that one-on-one at the end, that was pretty fun.
You guys are actually really sweaty. They smell so bad, so I'm not going to keep you too long. I will let you go and give them a massive round of applause.
You can't say that.
They just said that was really savage.
Come on, folks, make some noise for team number 5, Josh and Will. Excellent win tonight.
There once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was Billy.
Perfect. You can slide that if you want to. Good to hear. Good to have, indeed, the lovely Nia Evans back with us. We have next up, it is the none too small matter of the final duty today of the Women's Madison, but 50 laps. This will spin down rather quickly. It's going to take us about, what, 12 minutes, something like that?
I reckon so.
Yeah, it doesn't take long. It's been a busy day, double session for us. Don't forget that tomorrow we have a slightly more unusual time for you. It will be 1300 GMT tomorrow. That is when we are back with you. So we look forward to that. But right now we've got the none too small matter of this. It is our chase, Madison Chase. Should take between 12 and 15 minutes if we factor in the speeds that we're going to be going at. There must be some tired legs, maybe some tired minds. The cadence that Katie Archibald set herself, the gear choice in the Derny race, what was going on? She was going like bee's wings out there.
She loves the challenge. Yeah, she was absolutely flying. I know that she wanted to kind of sit back a little bit and then attack kind of part way through the race. And she came over with so much speed, but she was wanting to also sit so close to the bike. She didn't want to look to see that the gap that they had. So she came off and was like, "Oh, was it close?" And it's like, no, you're in a different straight, mate.
You know, she nearly overtook her own Dernyman.
Yeah, well, he kind of slowed down because he obviously, he assessed the situation and went, right, we've done enough, let's relax. And no, she was fully committed. So
she came up alongside him as if to say, "Come on. Do you want me to lead you in?" That was
it's not the conventional way of doing it, but
suddenly Peter Berline had to pick it up and go for it. That was brilliant. Meanwhile, we have, of course, this. It's the Women's Madison Chase, 40 laps in total. I beg your pardon, for this one. In fact, they got the lap count right. I thought it was supposed to be 50, but nonetheless, it says 38. So we're 2 laps into this one. Let's just stick with the lap counters, shall we, and believe that they know what they're doing. Maybe I don't, but misdeclared, I think. Right now, if you're going to gain a lap, it's possibly worth going for it early, but the danger is, of course, that you burn yourself down, the pace picks up behind, and in fact, all you do is allow others to rest up but while being paced out there. So yeah, it looks like that idea was decided. It was a bad one for Abus helmets. And they've regathered themselves, and the red team are now just embedded. But this looks like a good selection of, let's put it as favourites, shall we, that are very much at the pointy end at the moment. I feel that some are starting to display some fatigue, and we've got gaps already out there.
Yeah, I think because the red team, they went straight from the gun and it's just strung it out. So the teams that are suffering a little bit exposed straight away. They've not even had 5 laps to settle into the race. And as you say, the favourites all at the pointy end of the race. It's far enough through for the overall standings that the riders know who's on shape, who's not doing so well, and they're beginning to mark each other. So you're getting kind of tactics within the tactics of, yes, they want to win the race, but they're also starting to think about their overall standings. And just a little bit of natural selection is beginning to occur.
When we get to our final points race, of course, which will draw things to a close on the final day, the full assembly of points will be there and added to or taken away from, which always describes some drama to you. I always think as well, when you compress a 6-day into 3, you basically get the best 3 days, don't you?
Yeah, I would say so.
So certainly got that here at the Velo Park. Loving it. Right then, it's kind of it's gone a bit cagey, this one, right now, with 31 laps remaining. They've adjusted the lap count. It would have been 50 if proceedings had indeed allowed, but we have time restrictions. We have there's a certain point where you can't have action in the velodrome, basically because it's a residential area now. They built a lot of the accommodation for the Olympic athletes back in 2012. It's held up rather well. Been turned into some rather shishy apartments, and it's quite a quarter now, which was a near abandoned part of northeast London. Very much now has turned itself into a rather lovely area, and the velodrome itself is kind of heart and centre. We're seeing a few moves here, which is nice to see. Just a general sort of I guess sort of probing, and it's Tiemann and Jille Triels of Netherlands and Germany that are just starting to almost wake up here. It could be an event as well where you see some of those teams that have been a bit quiet, maybe if they've been holding themselves back, and a great time to impose yourself.
Yeah, it's quite a good opportunity when the paces come off like it just did there, of almost not quite a surprise attack, but just testing the legs, seeing who's going to respond, who's up to chase, and who wants, it's getting kind of late. Some people just want an easy race.
Yes.
So if you're prepared to challenge it and, test the water, you can surprise yourself and kind of get quite an easy lap at times.
It's understandable. You can't win them all right now. Just coming up is Romy Kasper, who, again, I still say it's cagey, but all of a sudden, that is absolutely shredded. It's an ideal time, I guess, just as everyone gets a little bit of brain fade to head off into the wild blue yonder. And it is Personal Bike Fit have gone for it. Karis Lloyd has said, you know what, I'm out of here. This is too sedate. Let's do a job here.
Yeah, full commitment. I mean, that's the way you've got to do it. And she's starting to tie up just a little bit there. So I think the bunch, if the bunch continue to chase, they'll bring her back.
Karis, only 18 years of age. I think she's amongst the youngest riders that we've got here. But sometimes the youngsters have no fear.
Oh, they've got nothing to lose and everything to prove. So, yeah, they are always up for a bit of a challenge.
Loving that. Well, she exchanges with Clémence Chéreau, the 21-year-old. Who is 2 times a Journey World Champion at Team Pursuit, so quality will out. Francesca Brauser, however, has just about had enough of this. It's almost like the headmistress has come to the front and said, right, now, everybody get in order. We're just about to have some proper racing, and I'll show you how to do it.
Oh.
Well, let's see if anyone can stand up to her. A little bit of an exchange. It's getting lively. All of a sudden, Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis want to get engaged here. This is nice. Big attack coming as we hear the bell. That announces the exchange next time by Sophie Lewis. It is that has just been thrown in here. Big response all of a sudden from Colnago with Brauser and Kasper. And it is Kasper that's going to come around here, possibly take the lion's share of the points. Bull, big steal at the very last. Nice push, I've got to say. And is this going to evolve into an attack? And it does so as Marie Portant takes the lion's share of the points and decides to kick on here. Nice move.
Yeah, really bold just to go for the sprint and then just full commit afterwards, because a lot of people, they'll sprint and then just naturally sit up a little bit because they feel they've done the effort for the sprint. So it's a really good time to actually launch an attack if you've got the legs for it. But Katie was ready and straight on the wheel.
Well, some, I tell you what, are just starting to try and save themselves from going a lap down. Not quite sure what the issue is with the Brooks cycling team. But Julie van der Molen has found herself off the back, but looks very fast, which is really bizarre. Well, not quite sure whether indeed we've missed something there. I don't think so.
No.
But the orange team looking lively. But then again, it just starts to reform into something rather dramatic up front. Avis Consulting have gone for it down the back straight. Also getting busy are indeed Kapow Signs just starting to actually they are starting to labour ever so slightly. But Colnago here. Romy Kasper and Franziska Browser, that is, Romy Kasper, very, very long in experience, really experienced rider. And Franziska Browser, one of the stars of German sprinting, really knows how to string it together. Individual Pursuit World Champion from a couple of years ago. That's a strong team one, Colnago.
Very strong, and they've done quite a lot of kind of 6-day racing over the years together. So, yeah, very strong partnership. And they'll be savvy. For the whole of the event and thinking about the overall event, not just this particular Madison chase.
How important is that is experience when it comes to 6-day racing, knowing how to preserve yourself and then knowing when to go for it?
It's hugely important on the final day. That's where it's kind of make or break. And that's where the experience comes through of just knowing exactly how much to pace yourself, because there's no point being over conservative and then you've got too much ground to make up on the final day. And then again, if you go too hard, too big early days, you set yourself up and everyone's going to follow your moves and you're going to have nothing left in the tank to actually defend it. So it is quite a fine balance.
Get that right. That's kind of half the game. You, of course, ultimately need an awful lot of talent, a great deal of power. And I've got to say that Katie Archibald, I don't know how tuckered out she is after her... after a Derny race.
Just warmed her up nicely, I think, by the looks of things.
I was actually wondering whether she's actually just getting herself warmed up by the gearing that she chose.
Yeah, she didn't actually get on the rollers. She was just like, right, I'll use the Derny race as my activation. Almost
perfect. Maybe that explains her gear choice. Right now, Izzy Sharp it is that's bringing it in for Full Gas Cycling at this intermediate. Takes it with 10 laps to go. That was a clever work. There is, of course, the big points available at the line when we get to our finale. And right now, guess what? Katie Archibald decides that this is where she wants to impose herself. And this is where the drive comes and everyone gets scared.
Yeah, it's just when people are starting to suffer, she'll just turn the screw.
There she goes. And it's the usual suspects out front at the moment. Browser, I think it is, that. In fact, I beg your pardon, it's Casper that just has a look on the inside, just waiting for the exchange, but they're rolling nicely. It's almost like a team time trial unit at the front, with everyone else just now giving them a great deal of respect. I think somebody needs to kick over the hornet's nest here. I'm not quite sure where it's going to come from in that quarter. But they are circulating again, and this bodes well for a platform for attack in a few moments' time. Where's it going to come from? Team 2, obviously, with Katie Archibald and Sophie Lewis, is what the crowd want. Are they going to get it? And here comes this move, the early move from Cinnamon Cafe. Rugovic and Bornikova just starting to go for it, and here they are. They thought about it, thought otherwise, and now they've decided to have a go after telegraphing it to absolutely everybody. They're finally getting the drive in right now. Good time to go for it, Neil, with 5 laps remaining and the big points up for grabs further up the road.
Yeah, double points for the final sprint. So everyone has an intent to go for it, and it's the final sprint. So if you're absolutely knackered afterwards, doesn't really matter. So you tend to see people launch and go much earlier for this sprint than for other sprints, and you can see that with Team 1.
Browser has gone for it. A Hauser was an enormous cannon used in World War II. Browser the Hauser, I think we could probably say that. She's certainly indeed shooting some great shots here, and this is a big one.
Yeah, it's Katie's working pretty hard to close that back, but there's gaps opening up all over the place. So what will happen is everyone's going to get so tired and trying to close the gap, they're not actually going to have much acceleration to come for the sprint. And this is where it's really crucial of where your partner is.
Just look how lively Elisa Rebanishka, the 20-year-old, is. I don't know how she's been preserving herself throughout the day, but she means this, and she may well make the steal. She's going to be lapping a few as well. The alarm bells have gone off. Grace Lister is on her account trying to charge this down. Also getting involved is Marie Poton. But what a drive there by Rabinska. Absolutely superb. I think she may well get tagged. Let's have a look. She's out of the saddle. She gets second place, incidentally, behind Grace Lister, who just managed to do the deal at the final time of asking here. That was super racing. Full gas cycling, you know, in the blue and white stripes. They have been very busy throughout this entire 3-day.
They've had a brilliant day today. You know, they weren't overly active early on in this Madison chase, but then, you know, capitalised and got those 10 points at the end. So it looks like they're going to win this Madison chase, which is a really good result for them. And unfortunately, Katie and Sophie, they missed that final change, and that, you know, potentially could have cost them the win.
Let us see. We have, of course, a few more things to come. We've got the sprint competition, the United Kingdom versus the rest of the world, which seems a bit unfair, to be honest.
Slightly one-sided.
It does seem a little bit, because the British flags are flying high. Miriam Vecchi is probably the fly in the ointment as far as that's concerned. So the women's competition, the rest of the world have got a chance. But honestly, with Matt Richardson, Harry Ledingham Hall and Pete Mitchell, it kind of looks a bit predictable.
I would not want to bet against them.
Emma Finucane, Sophie Capewell, maybe. Iona Muir as well will be very much involved. But yeah, let's wait and see whether the rest of the world can actually take a step up like Miriam Vecchi. But it is basically 3 against 3 in a team sprint competition. Very much looking forward to seeing how that one pans out. I feel that Great Britain may well win both the men's and women's. We are handing out the flowers here, and it's full gas cycling. And I think we're going to hear from them as well in a few moments' time. Trying to find the microphone.
Izzy and Grace, what a phenomenal way to complete your Saturday. Finishing together in first position, how was that for you?
I think Grace should answer. I'll answer the last one.
Grace, how was that for you?
Yeah, I think we've been super close this weekend, so yeah, to be able to finally pull it off together is really cool.
I mean, I've been seeing you in the cabins. You've both been like really sort of like taking your time, talking tactics because you really wanted to win, and it really paid off, didn't it?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's a nice feeling. It's been a while, so.
Well, you're absolutely incredible athletes. Do you have family and friends in the crowd today?
Not tonight, but I will tomorrow, so hopefully maybe I can get a win tomorrow. But
This is a little warm-up. Give a shout out to your family.
yeah, they're in the top left corner in the middle. Look for the green cardigan, you can't miss it.
Big cheer for the Sharp family. Well, thank you so much. A massive round of applause, please, for Grace and Izzy. Congratulations.
Three Little Ducks, 222. For Archibald and Lewis, they're on the lead lap. There are 4 teams that are there. Porton and Escalara have come to join the fun with 182. They're looking good. Sharp and Lister need to find a lap. They're on 193, so it would be second place, but as a lap down, they dropped to 5th. Hall and Carlton are up on the lead lap on 152. Gudick and Zubris on 112. Next up, we have the team sprints competition. Oh, we've got a faller. And this is not good. We have an incident by one of the holders who just got tangled, I'm afraid, and we have somebody who's down on the deck, and it looks like it is Napolitano. Let's wait and see. I beg your pardon. But taking the long view here, we're going to start off with it's Miriam Vecchi that is on the deck. Can't quite see you across the infield here, but back on board. Slightly uncomfortable moment, I must say. Team sprints about to get off and underway. So Great Britain up against the rest of the world, and I've got to say it seems a bit unkind. Iona Muir is here at the top in the black. She'll be last to finish the job. It's going to be started by Sophie Capewell. Emma Finucane, well, that will then do the driving for Team 1. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the track, Sarah Pedakova will indeed start proceedings off. She will then indeed exchange with Miriam Vecchi, not exchange, but lead Vecchi into the final phase, which will be completed by Frobster. Nice start, as you would expect from Sophie Capewell. In fact, this yet again is perfect formation. They've just left a little bit of rush room here, so into the tunnel will go Emma Finucane in a few moments' time once they make the exchange and complete their full lap. Looking at the rest of the world, still assembling themselves right now. Here's the handover. Emma Finucane goes for it and is doing a fantastic job here for Iona Muir, who will take over the final duties. There's already a big gap out there. There is the bell. It's possibly just over half a second, possibly getting on to 3/4 of a second. That's going to be the margin. Finishing off for the rest of the world will be indeed Propster. But finishing the job here for Team GB is Iona Muir. Let's see what the time gap is at the end. So no rolling clock for you, I can tell you, but that was a job done. And Team GB do the job here yet again. Very good work, and Team GB add another, indeed, credit to the block here. Well, it's been a busy old time of things. I've got to say, just one discipline remaining, the men's Madison, in a few moments' time, so they will start to circulate. We have... of course, I beg your pardon, we've got the men's sprint, which will be up next as well. Matt Richardson, Harry Lenningham-Horn, and Pete Mitchell. I think we know the way that this is going. Jan Poroshek with Danny Napolitano and Genoe Tang will also be coming to the track in a few moments' time. Then we'll have our last Madison dash. Not quite sure how many laps we're going to be offered up. It may well be we get the full 60, but I think we might be trimmed to 50. We'll wait and see. But first up, we will have the men's sprint for you. Couple of heats. We've just had the women's GB. It's Great Britain against the rest of the world, now called UK, after Boris Johnson decided to change everything for everybody, it seems. But still called Great Britain when we compete in cycling, which is an odd one. So make your decisions. Take your chance. It used to be the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. So it was a very long name for a country. Very much longer, of course, than Peru, let's say. That was the shortest name I could think of in a very short time. I'm sure there's a shorter named nation, but I can't think of it. But there you go. So we wait for the rest of the world to take on Great Britain again, and then we will have our Madison dash for the line. We might well be having a special guest as well, with Kimberly Zubris dropping in. superstar, former world #1 and the Madison, but she has been an elite national champion on 5 occasions in the United States. An amazing servant of the sport, and it'd be great to say hello in a short while. We shall wait and see, indeed, if she drops in. Maybe we'll have Sir Bradley as well joining us, and he'll be cheering on, I'm sure, his son Ben. It's always a joy, actually, to hear Bradley Wiggins referring to Ben Wiggins as Ben Wiggins, as opposed to my lad, or indeed just Ben. But let's see if he slips into that at some point. Right now, we are sprinting, and indeed, we are dealing with that right now. It's the United Kingdom against the rest of the world. We'll draw this session to a close with the men's Madison Chase that comes afterwards. Still not sure, indeed, whether we will have the full 60 laps for that, but we'll wait and see. I think we're just about to time. Nice and tidily away, and it is Matt Richardson that is doing the lead out here, and he's got so much power he's actually left his own teammates for dead here. They've got a lot of work to do. He's going to peel off after the first lap. There he goes, but he's offered no aero slingshot at all, I'm afraid, to Pete Mitchell, who finally overtakes the super turbo-powered Matt Richardson. So what has this done for the rest of the world? Well, they're playing catch-up as they fold over here. Poroshenko has just handed over, and it will be Genaway Tang who tries to finish the duty, but still Team GB have it in the bag here. There's the throw. There's the gap, 1.423. I've got to say that Matt Richardson, I think he was playing with his own teammates there. He just said, well, to hell with it. I'm just going to get out of here. And he did. I wonder what they're going to say to him when they reassemble. You didn't really give us much help there, mate. Matt Richardson just left the party. He said, I'm out of here. I've got a taxi to catch. Maybe that's what that was about. Not quite sure. Next up, we've got the men's Madison. Just coming to order. This will draw proceedings to a close this evening. It will be our final event. Don't forget, tomorrow we have our 4th and final session. It will start at 1300 1300 GMT. There we go. Yes. So Greenwich Mean Time. We're back on at that time. So 1 p.m. 1300 in new money, I guess you might say. We'll have sprinting, Madison racing, of course, with both the chases. Kieran will be there. We'll have our final Derny race as well. Men's Madison points race. Women's Madison team eliminator. The last of our Dernies will, in fact, be late on. And then we have, of course, the huge crowd wave Madison finale for both the women and the men. 80 and 100 laps to draw proceedings to a close. That will, of course, all be together. And as if to have a taster, we are encouraging the crowd right now, lots of whom are in the track centre, to indeed enjoy this run for home. It's the Madison Chase for men. Well, we've got a bit happy-clappy, which is potentially precisely what you want. And indeed, it's going to be our last dash for the cash. We're going to do 50 laps for the men to get us to time. So a slight amendment to our running order. But essentially, this is a rider parade at the moment while they jimmy up the crowd to call them home for one last time today. Don't forget, we are racing again tomorrow, just a single session, starting at 1 p.m. in the afternoon. So you get to have a lie-in, then you get to get on the train and get yourself to Stratford, and indeed come and enjoy a day of track racing, as the 3-day will draw to a close tomorrow. Well, it's a party atmosphere. They haven't begun the lap count just yet. Looks like we've got a Kaylee just about to start. Let's see. Great atmosphere here in the Lee Valley Velo Park. It will be the last of our racing this evening. One more session still to come, starting at 1 tomorrow. We don't have a starter with a pistol, but we'll be shouting Annie, get your gun in a few moments' time, and then we'll be off and underway once we've shot the pigeon.
Superb, guys. One more race to go there. Make some noise for our men's teams. Okay, within one lap we are going to begin.
And we are underway with our final event of the night, getting ourselves up for it and ready for action, and an early one. What a flyer. We've got Team 4, of course, and it's Phil Heinen, part of the battle plan, and this is to catch everyone napping. Yeah, they've been happy clappy, but right now it's time to find our new saviour, and it might well indeed be Yuri Havoc. Away he goes. And in fact, he's already got nearly a quarter of a lap. Big response from Ben Wiggins here. He's alive to the threat. He kicks off, and indeed tries to indeed sail into the gap. But already half a lap from the back of the field. Let's wait and see. We'll get a distance check for you right now. It is about half a lap up for the time being, and Yuri Havoc is fully motivated. Makes the exchange right now, and it's Phil Heinen that gets the slingshot. And what about everybody else? It's a long way to go before we get to our first sprint, and nobody seems motivated. Same for Team 1 with Kluger and Wiggins, very alive to the threat, but they're the only ones chasing, and this is going to be a lap steal, very, very much so. Delivered by Phil Heinen, absolutely impeccably. Roger Kluger finding himself possibly in a little bit of no man's land, nearly made the junction, already getting the aero assist right now. The air's been stirred up as well by the circulations just in advance of this. Here's your Hansling, and in fact it's Havoc himself who now indeed takes on the duty. Nice exchange between himself and Phil Heinen. Havoc it is that's driving into the back here. They're going to make a steal right at the very beginning. When everyone's going slow, it's time to press go, and it's a brilliant T-shirt that he needs to get made up rather quickly, I've got to tell you, because that was absolutely superb. Almost crashes into the back. He might actually go for a bit of double lappage, or indeed pierce through the field here and start to police matters. It would be a great idea if indeed Havoc and Heinen can make their way through and then just keep the impetus going on the front, because right now Team 1 with Kluger and Wiggins are trying to play catch-up. That was absolutely superb. Havoc and Heinen get a lap gain. Talk about setting your stall out early. And will it be a tie-up? Right now being hung out to dry potentially Kluger and Ben Wiggins. They thought about doing the same thing. Haven't pulled the pin just yet. In fact, they may well make it around. They're keeping their powder dry. The intermediate sprint is still 20 laps away before we get to that. So there's plenty of time, not much motivation to make a chase. They've accepted really their fate that Havoc and Heinen in Team 4 have indeed made the junction, and we're now about to see the job being completed, and it is Ben Wiggins that is going to sail round here and also get an early lap gain. Suddenly the alarm bells ring on Full Gas Racing. They set off along with the European champions. That's a lethal pairing, and in fact as they push on, it is Ben Wiggins that just comes in onto the back of the pack here and indeed makes the junction superbly. So two riders up the road. Two teams want to indeed make their own statement here. But who's going to be the driving force that tries and closes this down? Endeavour with Yuri Havik and Phil Hine have done their job. Avis Consulting, Team 6 with Falutis and Winkler. Setting a bit of a pace, and they don't want to see two more teams gaining a lap here. There's a few others that feel pretty much the same, with Abus and Perrett and Bostock also sailing into that gap. 35 laps remaining. It's spooled down nice and quickly, and I don't think there's another lap gain going to be offered up here. They may well hang out there just to take the intermediate sprint, but still got to be 14 laps virtually alone. Exchanges are indeed being nicely delivered. They've got, I would say, about half a lap. Let's wait and see. Yeah, it's just about that margin to the back of the main body of the field, don't forget. So they could deliver this, but if they start to pace up because the intermediate sprint, which is going to be suggested soon, then they may well be hung out to dry, both Full Gas Cycling and indeed the Colnago pairing. They're still working together nicely, but they've got to get the job done and got to do it quickly. And if it fractures up ahead of them, it's going to be ill-defined as to what is the main body of the field just up ahead. And right now, we are looking at a pack that has just eased up a little bit. 31 laps to go. It will be a sprint is going to be declared in about 10 laps' time. I think they might just get there. Slightly tardy, I must say, by the pack. They have decided maybe to let them come in. It could be that they hang back, take the points, and then the lap gain. And they're starting to think about that strategy right now. So don't get the completed lap too early. But 9 laps is a long time to wait. But knowing that the big points are up the road, the 5 points and the 3 points, only leaving 2 as a maximum for those who are still part of the pack, they may well decide to go for it. And it looks like job is going to be completed with 8 laps remaining. So they're going to tag in. They've decided that let's get the lap gain delivered right now. And in fact, look at this secondary attack coming up and over the top. Drop Project Brewing Company, the European champions, have just made the junction. They've got the lap gain, but they have not finished their duty just yet. They're sailing the blue line. They're going to make the exchange right now. And this is full attack to be in a good position when it comes to that next intermediate sprint, which will be in 6 laps' time. That was clever racing, potentially. Let's see what they've got left in the tank. Indeed, they'll be facing up against Havik and Heinen, who also will want some points. And they are indeed at the front, and a big, big drive coming from Thread Racing. Tidball and Charlton coming up and over the top. It's Will Tidball that goes for it. Super Scratch Race World Champion a couple of years ago, and he is having a dig right now. And look at him go. This is a big question that's being asked, and it's Matt Bostock that's going to answer the clarion call. He makes the exchange right now with Will Perrett. They indeed are now starting to make some inroads themselves, and it's for everyone else to try and neutralise the threat for the next for the intermediate sprint, which will come in 4 laps' time. Maybe they are going to preserve themselves for the big point scores at the very end. So maybe give away 1 sprint to gain the big one at the very last. This is handily delivered, and indeed they are looking motivated, I've got to say. The pack itself just starting to hold up ever so slightly. I think they are going to start to think about the big one at the very end. So there's an intermediate sprint to come. If they can take this and then gain a lap, they will have actually made an advantage, a marginal advantage on those who are chasing. But look at the European champions here. Dornbos and Hoppeschek want some big point scores as well. Here is the bell being rung right now. We sail around the outside. It is Team 4 that want to get involved here. They're going to be picking up the minor points, but don't be surprised if they just streak off and indeed try and deliver something more emphatic. So the big points go here. 2 and 1 available, and it's the European champions that take the 2. 1 point indeed to Team 4, Havik and Heinen. There, right. So Perrett and Bostock, Tidball and Charlton get it with Dornbos and Opashek with the 2 points and the 1 point to Havik and Heinen. But what now? That's the big question. And look at the two teams who are up the road. They want to make the junction as well. So gain that intermediate, possibly gain another one in a few moments' time. Once we have completed the task of the next intermediate, could they possibly be holding out for yet another intermediate sprint? They're half a lap to go. There was a bit of pace as they raced on for that last intermediate sprint, but the next one will come in 7 laps' time. So these things generally tend to be completed rather quickly, and I think that is going to happen. Let's have a look. What the margin is, and they've got sight of the back of the pack. 6 laps remaining. Are they going to hold up here? They're going to introduce themselves for a lap gain. Dare they indeed play a gambling game right now? Team 5, Thread Racing it is with Abus Racing, and it looks like they're going to make the junction. And to hell with it, they take their lap gain with honour. They're not going to wait for the intermediate sprint, which comes in 4 laps' time. Had they held up, the danger is, of course, the pack would have sped away, and indeed they wouldn't have made the junction. They're just about there. I haven't quite made it on, but I believe are going to be declared as home and safe right now as they make the crossover at the back of the main bunch. So there you go. We are still battling here, but that was nicely done. There's another intermediate sprint coming up in 3 laps' time. And then we will finish proceedings. My goodness, what a busy day it has been. 2 sessions. My larynx has just about held up. I'll be putting it in a hammock overnight. And then I'll be back with you tomorrow from 1 in the afternoon. Getting the hand sling, doing a nice job. Cinnamon Cafe with Riley Pickerel and Jamie Witcher off at the front. But look at this, Roger Kluger, a wise head, you might say, and alive to the threat, very much so. Yuri Havoc is charging into the gap. In fact, he's exchanged as Yuri with Phil Heinen. He's in P3, but there's a next intermediate sprint there. Oh, that was a cheeky one. Just getting up there was Henry Hobbs to make sure that Amex, the Amex team as well, make a statement. Ben Wiggins has been thrown into proceedings. He's in the fire right now, the cauldron, you might say. Havoc is alive to the threat, also running well here. Birrell and Fisher going well. Kluger and Wiggins taking the 5 points. Birrell and Fisher the 3. The Hobbses the 2 points, and Havoc just losing out there. Havoc and Heinen with the 1. 8 laps to go then until this duty is completed. And we've got a flyer here, and of course, you know his name. Well, they cannot help themselves. And Yuri Havoc, at a moment like this, he wants another lap gain. He wants to get round the field. They've been caught napping here. Straight out of the intermediate, they went on the attack. Makes a lovely exchange here with Phil Heinen. It's opened up the question, that is, to everybody else. And it's Parrott and Bostock that are on the chase. Also, others starting to join the fun. But it is all about Team 4 at the moment. And what a statement they are making. This is brilliant. They have left everyone for dead at the moment. Have they gone too early with 5 laps remaining as they come around to see that notice right now? And they've given notice to just about everybody. And indeed, looking at the pack now, they have gained 1 lap, don't forget. This is for the big points. I don't think they're going to get a lap gain, but they want to hang off the front. They may as well be here, because if they're not actually leading the drive and Havoc picks up, gets out of the saddle, gets a bit more impetus going here, maybe he just finding a bit more on board than Philip Heinen after a long day of racing. They are hanging 10, as they say, in surfing terms, out front right now. Can they possibly hold on? 3 laps. You've got to bet on somebody like Havoc to be able to deliver this. But look at the charge that's coming, and the European champions are onto this. It's Dornabos that is coming up over the top. Havoc has done a long old session here. He is now looking for his exchange. He's just about to get it, but did they put too much in too early? Heinen gets the exchange right now, but the charges are onto them, I've got to say. And some fresh legs has been brought into the fray here. And the European champions are looking lively, and so are indeed the convicts as they take the bell this time by. Full gas cycling coming up and over the top. Is Havoc going to hold off? It's Heinen that's trying to hold them all at bay. I think he might just get there, is he? Heinen's going to fade here. Oh my goodness. Well, 10, no. 6, no. 4 points only. The 10 points at the line there going to the European champs. That was absolutely brilliant. What a finale we've just had. That was super delivery. Brilliantly done. Nice work. Talk about timing. And the European champion holding his hand up here was Hopešek. Did an absolutely superb job. What a day of racing we have had. Drawing finally to a close. We loved that. Well, trust you have enjoyed yourself today. I most certainly have. Thank you for your company. My name's Carlton Kirby. We will see you, of course, tomorrow. We're going to hear the interviews in just a few moments' time. And then, of course, we will draw proceedings here at the Lee Valley Velodrome to a close for tonight. Don't forget, we'll be busy with you again tomorrow from 1 o'clock where proceedings start. It's an earlier finish as well. So our session will run from 1 o'clock through to just after 5, possibly 6 o'clock. We shall wait and see how quickly we get through proceedings, but certainly a party atmosphere on the Sunday to draw things to a close. It's been a joy to have you company throughout this one. We're going to speak to our winners. We'll be heading down to trackside in a few moments' time for the interviews. But it looks like it's time for me to take myself a bow for this evening. Been great to have your company. Thank you so much for the fun and indeed to the riders for the action and indeed for you at home for joining us on this YouTube live cast. It's been an absolute pleasure. Here are our European champions. We'll have our overall standings in just a few moments' time for you. And then, of course, we will proceed to think about tomorrow and the final day of racing here at the London 3.
Thank you, Finn. A quick chat. Vinny! Back it, right, yeah, I've got you right now. What a return to the scene. I mean, this summer you had yourself a bit of a crash. Went to the World Champs, got yourself a silver, and look at you now. How good does it feel to be you?
Yeah, it feels really good. It was a bit of a rough last 2 months, but yeah, I'm happy to be on the bike. And yeah, the Worlds went amazing, and it's good to be here in London and ride in such an amazing crowd, so I'm happy with it.
Thank you, it's such a pleasure to have you here. Vinny boy? How good does that feel, matey, to finish off the day?
Yeah, perfect ending of the day, and yeah, really happy with this victory.
Amazing, it's a very good victory, and what a duo the two of you are together. Who worked harder in that session? Did you work harder?
I wouldn't say that. I think we both worked really hard for it, so yeah, it's really a team effort.
100%. Well, thank you so much. I'm really proud of you. A massive round of applause for our final winners of the day.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Lucy Mills.
And indeed, Dornbos and Hopešek, the European champions. Just to let you know, this is the standings overall. You're looking at them right now with Heinen and Havoc leading on the lead lap with 169 points. On 164 are Tidball and Charlton, but they're a lap down, so they're in fourth place at the moment. Kluger and Wiggins nearest to. They're in second place, but on 158. 140 is Dornbos and Hopešek. But it is Havoc and Heinen. They just can't help themselves but ride aggressively. They have to be favourites, but could be stopped. But who is going to do that job? You're just going to have to tune in tomorrow to find out. It's time for us to take our leave. Thanks for joining the live cast. I'm Carlton Kirby. We'll see you again tomorrow. For tonight, it's farewell.